Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, April 28th, 2021. At this time, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time is citizen input on any topic that is not on the agenda. We do have 2 emails specific to citizen input line. One topic from Karen Johnson is opposition to Worrell Park. It says demolition, so that's the topic. I would refer to it as redevelopment, but we want to thank you very much for that input. And then also from Nancy Clausen about homeless camps, situation at by Lowe's behind in Bend by Les Schwab on 3rd Street, getting bad. Want to definitely make sure to do. It says when winter comes back, summer's just around the corner, and I'm sure it's only going to get worse. So very sad is how it's concluded. So I want to thank you very much for that citizen input on these 2 topics today. Using the Zoom meeting, is there anybody with a hand raise function joining us that might be prepared for comments? Looks like the answer may be no. And then would there be any phone calls also? So seeing none at this time, we will move to consent agenda.
So move the consent agenda.
Second. Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. At this time, action items. Number 7, reading of a proclamation declaring the month of April as Fair Housing Month. Tom, can you kick us off?
Yeah, I'll just frame it. I believe we have Tyler Neese, who's the Executive Director of the Central Oregon Association of Realtors, and Louis Hoffman, the current President of CORE, is also, I understand, going to speak to this. So with that, I will, unless there are questions, turn it over to Tyler to start us.
Tyler, thanks for joining us virtually today.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate your time. And yeah, just wanted to, first of all, thank you for this proclamation. Basically, as Tom said, every April, we recognize Fair Housing Month, really in honor of the Fair Housing Act that was passed in April, I guess more than 50 years ago now. And so I just wanted to bring this proclamation to you in recognition of Fair Housing Month. It's a celebration that as realtors, we hold every year. And our motto is fair housing makes us stronger. And that's what we believe. And I know that the Commission is very supportive of fair housing, and I think this proclamation really just serves to reaffirm that commitment to fair housing, and that everyone should have that type of access and an environment in which housing is available to everyone. So thank you for your consideration. I'll also Louis Hoffman, our President of COAR, is on as well, and Louis, if you want to make any comments, hand it over to you.
There we go. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks for inviting me this morning. And yeah, fair housing, it's been a major topic nationally amongst the real estate and realtor associations across the country. And we're currently making amendments. Many have been made, many will be made to our Realtor Code of Ethics, beginning with the National Association of Realtors, Oregon Realtors, and our Central Oregon Association of Realtors. And we are continuing to educate everyone and improve. And I just like to say on behalf of our 2,200 member Central Oregon Association of Realtors, thank you to the commissioners for your making this April Fair Housing Month proclamation. Much appreciated, and thank you all for your work.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman, for joining us, and Mr. Neese. So at this time, we do have a proclamation available. Seeing not a lot of words on here, I'm just proposing that one of us read it today. Commissioner Chang, would you be available for that?
I would be happy to. Or I also had a couple of comments.
Oh, please, yes.
Before we read the proclamation. So if after I make comments, someone else wants to read it,
that's fine.
I'd welcome that as well. Should I go ahead and do that right
Yes,
now?
please.
Well, I wanted to thank CORE for recognizing Fair Housing Month and for the attention on this very important issue. And I wanted to provide a little bit of historical context for people in case they're wondering, well, what is this act about, and why did we need it? And the sad fact is that there was systemic racism in our lending industry up until, and this was a standard industry practice across the United States up until the 1968 Fair Housing Act. And this had huge impacts, both in the 20th century and continuing on to today, I would say. Not only were people of color segregated into neighborhoods that were isolated, undesirable, hazardous, but they were also denied substantial opportunities for wealth accumulation through the appreciation of property values, which has had consequences for generations in educational attainment, health, career opportunities, and in other areas. So for those reasons, I'm extremely appreciative that we're recognizing Fair Housing Month this month. And I want to thank CORE again for bringing this to our attention and raising it as an issue on an annual basis.
Great. So with those comments, Commissioner Dare, are you interested in reading the proclamation today?
I would love to. In fact, I had just emailed back Tyler this morning because this is a lot more important to, our country that accepts more people from the world than any other country. And we try and do it better. And this has been around for over 50 years. And I was kind of sad that we were reading this the end of the month, last week of April. And next year, I'd hope that we would get it and read it and acknowledge it the first week of April. And also, Tyler, I'd love your feedback on House Bill 2534, maybe later today. You could look that up and see what the realtor's position is on that bill, because that was not on a legislative, our agenda. I was made aware of it yesterday. So it's, it's all there to be fair. So now I can read. Okay, the proclamation declaring April 2021 as Fair Housing Month. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas Deschutes County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. And whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. And whereas Deschutes County is an inclusive community committed to fair housing and to promoting appropriate activities by private and public entities to provide an advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residences and prospective residences of Deschutes County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners do hereby declare the month of April 2021 as Fair Housing Month. Dated this, what is today, the 28th or something? Is it the 28th day of April 2021?
So is there a motion?
I move that we adopt this proclamation.
I'll second that.
Second, wonderful, thank you. So just a little bit of comment. So we do live in the state of Oregon, and there's history, but let's look for a bright future. This is the opportunity, this is the time, this is the discussion. I want to thank the Association of Realtors for bringing this, as the proclamation. This is the federal law enacted, as mentioned, 50 years ago, more than 50 years ago. And I do support the fact that, statewide land use sometimes artificially limits the opportunity for expanding. So, that's always the push and pull in the state of Oregon. The city of Bend's urban growth boundary took many years, cost millions of dollars, where, just the process. The process needs to be looked at in advocacy of just those low-cost starter home opportunities. The market is what the market is. When you talk to builders, there's profit motive of wanting to build a single-family home or a multi-unit dwelling, but the costs are the cost. So land use is the beginning. Cost of materials, we hear about the cost of lumber these days. Hopefully that's going to be coming back down. The system will wind up and be able to provide those resources. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but definitely the culture, the inclusiveness, let's work towards a bright future on this. Also, a couple notes. We do have a Veterans Village coming in, which is going to stabilize people that have not had housing opportunities. I think it was in the paper today, the St. Vincent de Paul Village being discussed here in Bend on existing land. What a great opportunity. So those are going to be those cottage-style developments, supportive housing, but people that do get stabilized need to be able to rotate out of there also. So a lot of moving parts here, but let's definitely make sure the community understands we're supportive and welcoming community for anybody's housing needs. So those are comments by myself.
We definitely need more affordable housing for everyone. And Tyler, perhaps next year, send it like the third week of March so that we can actually properly acknowledge this, because I think it's really important, fair housing. And maybe if Senate Bill 391 passes and we can adopt it here and we can do our accessory dwelling units, maybe housing will have a much brighter future for many that we can look forward to. So hoping that happens by June.
Great. Any other?
I guess I would definitely say that more land for housing, building more housing are important, but the history of this act reminds us that we also need to look deeper at the institutions that we've set up around creating housing, financing people's home ownership, and other aspects of this entire system to make sure that you can build housing, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be affordable. And you can build affordable housing, but it doesn't mean that everyone's going to have access to it. So I would encourage us to make sure that we're digging deeper and making sure that those opportunities really are there for everyone.
Wonderful discussion. Great topic today. So with that, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you very much. April 2021 is Fair Housing Month in Deschutes County. Have a great day.
Commissioners,
Thank you.
Thank you.
appreciate your support.
Item number 8, modification to statewide transportation improvement fund project plan. So Whitney can start us on this.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hale, Communications Director. We have Andrea Brogue, Transportation Director for Cascade East Transit, joining us this morning as well. We're here today to talk to you about the statewide Transportation Improvement Fund project plan for the 21-23 biennium. As you'll recall, the board reviewed and approved the county's plan in January, and following that approval, staff submitted the plan to ODOT for review. ODOT staff generally will review the plan before it moves forward into further review by other entities within and associated with ODOT. In ODOT staff review of our plan, they got back to Andrea and I and suggested a modification to the plan, which we're here to talk to you about today, and I'll let Andrea kind of get into the details of that. So we're seeking board approval on that proposed modification from ODOT staff. We will, following today's meeting, if the board is supportive, provide documentation showing that you're supportive of that, and then it will move forward through further ODOT review. So Andrea, I'll go ahead and let you talk about the proposed addition of Project 8. I've also asked Andrea to highlight a proposed modification to how Project 7 will be carried out. So Andrea, I'll turn things over to you.
All right. Thank you, guys. So Project 8 refers to the unspent funds of the 2019-2021 STIF cycle. Up until very recently, there wasn't much guidance from ODOT on how to account for those funds. They physically sit in Deschutes County's bank account, but technically there is no documentation of how those funds sit. And so last minute, ODOT asked us to essentially document those unspent funds in a new project. And so that is Project 8. It is labeled 2019-2021 unspent STIF funds in a category called Program Reserve, which means it's not classified into anything specific like capital or ops, but can be shifted over pretty easily to the new cycle beginning July 1. So that, in essence, is the new change in the STIF plan, the addition to Project 8. And then the second thing I wanted to comment on is a little bit about Project 7 and how that's going to work. Project 7, you recall, is where we have asked for operating dollars from Pacific Crest Bus Lines. They are a for-profit transportation provider that will help connectivity between Redmond and Bend and Klamath Falls. Obviously, Cascades East Transit doesn't serve that far south. So this plan is going to help add frequency to southern Central Oregon. And I will help Tammy Black, the president of Pacific Crest Bus Lines, basically work the new ODOT grant portal called Optus and be able to retrieve these funds for her operations. And Whitney, that's kind of my summary.
Great. So, yeah, acknowledging project number 8, so they're very much an accounting line item for reserves relative to the, well, so this is from funds from the last biennium, basically, is what this is, to be brought forward to the next biennium, this biennium. So that's, as I say, I see that as very much an accounting, but it's great to be able to document how and why and where those dollars came from, understanding that, yeah, future needs can be pulled from there.
Can I ask a question about that? So are those prior biennium reserve type funds, are they currently sitting in an unrestricted account then? Or it's a restricted account, but it's just kind of like a bigger catch-all than this specific kind of designation being proposed right now?
So how we handle our STIF program is that we receive disbursements from the state, and those go into a separate fund within the county's financial structure that's earmarked just for STIF. CET quarterly will invoice us against projects that are outlined in our plan. So for this, if it's an operations project, they'll say, here are the invoices for project 4, which is operations, and staff reviews those invoices and makes sure that, yes, we see that it's logical, that these costs are associated with these projects, and after we review, we pay out on those invoices. And so we also track that. ODOT has a tracking program called Optus, where we submit all of our documentation and show how money is coming in and going out for all of the transportation projects. So for Project 8, we won't designate a category within Munis, the county's financial system, but it will be reflected in Optus that those funds are allocated specifically to the program reserve, the same way they are for operations or admin or capital. So it helps ODOT kind of have grant management oversight over how money is being spent, and it helps us also reporting and then tracking those expenditures. Does that help answer that question?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioners, I would also add that we have now a fund, as Whitney mentioned, dedicated to STIF. So you'll review that as part of the proposed FY22 budget, and that fund will include the specific line items that reflect this plan and the transfers, the receipt of money from ODOT and the transfers of money to COI or CET.
So is that a published known amount at this time?
You know, I didn't, in terms of what current fund balance is.
Well, so when we say we have a line item 8 from last year's STIF, is that a stable final amount, or is it?
It's not, because we are, and we kind of noticed this in the staff memo, and I will let Andrea speak to it if we want to kind of go in depth, but there will be expenditures that CET expects to make that are associated with projects in this fiscal year. So I think we can definitely report out to the board current fund balance, and then also when CET concludes invoicing us for the remainder of this biennium, kind of what our end mark was in terms of what we're formally carrying forward into the next biennium.
So any previous projects that were underspent would be the variable that we don't know yet. Yeah.
Correct, and I believe that there are some bus purchases that are occurring at the end of this biennium that will kind of be paid out, and those are, as you can imagine, large expenditures. So CET is estimating that they still have a large purchases to make at the end of this biennium. Andrea, do you want to, is that all accurate? You want to elaborate on any of that?
Yes, and considering, this plan was originally due into ODOT February 1st, we had a forecasting estimate of the remaining funds. And then obviously through March and April, we're able to refine that estimate as the months progress, and we are able to continue with our projects and reimbursement. This is the latest forecast that will be remaining come June 30th of this year.
Okay, understood. Any other discussion?
So, Whitney, I have a question. On your funding overview on page 2, you started out with the estimated carryover, the 3.9 million. And so then you're saying that of that 3.9, 1.3 million is going to be allocated. And is that in the projected revenue? Is that cost in there? Where are we? This 11 million, is that really the number we should be considering at this moment? That it's there somewhere? Because you've got the projected revenue for 22-23. Do we know that revenue at this moment?
Those are, because this is payroll based, so this is ODOT
all projections.
And I will say to date, the projections have been, we've been receiving more than ODOT projected. We have been receiving more than we were initially estimated to receive for 1921. So I would say, if anything, we're using the projected numbers that ODOT has provided in terms of what we're anticipating to receive. And then we are using, that is accurate in terms of, I guess I'm not doing a great job of answering your question, but.
Well, no, so like the 7.3 million, that's probably going to go up then, you're saying?
Yeah, that would be, based on what we've seen, that would be my guess.
Okay.
So, and I believe there would be a process as well with ODOT if for some reason we did not receive anticipated revenues. I think there are points that we could check in with ODOT staff on kind of what that means procedurally, but to date, that has not been an issue with this program.
I know that they're going to be running I think it's Route 31 from Sun River to Lapine Sun River, which is critical. And I know they're not collecting any fees. Are they not collecting any fees from any of the other routes too in the county at this moment? Andrea, maybe you.
Probably a good question.
Correct. So we are going to be fareless on all of our scheduled public transit services through the remainder of 2021 calendar year. Where we will be collecting fares is our recreational services, such as Mount Bachelor, which is still running, and Ride the River and Lava Butte, which speaks to more of our rec tourism and partnerships. Those collect fares.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
So along those lines, the project number 7 Pacific Crest bus, is that going to be fareless, or will they have a fee?
I believe, I can't speak on specifics, but I believe because they are a for-profit transportation provider, they are collecting fees and being partially subsidized by Amtrak to help run that service.
Oh,
So
okay,
yes. I just don't know the amount
Good.
that they charge.
So I guess just for the rest of the information, there's an Amtrak shuttle between Redmond and Chenault currently. Is this replacing a shuttle? Is this replacing a service?
No, this is actually just adding frequency.
Okay,
So right now that shuttle really only departs when the train arrives in Chenault. So it's very it's based on the train's arrival,
Yep.
which is not great customer service because trains get delayed from other parts of the state and California. So she's adding additional shuttle service.
Got it.
And Andrea, does I'm trying to, I've checked out that Chimalt train option before. Does that runs from Chimalt over the Cascades and then down the west side of the mountains, right? It doesn't go into K Falls.
Parts of her operation pick up from both. So I think her job is, as a bus provider, is to link train arrivals and departures. She may speak to multiple types of destinations.
Okay.
And then Amtrak partially subsidizes her to make sure that the last leg of travel is made. And she does that by bus.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out whether there's a shuttle stop in Chimalt and then the shuttle and the train are going parallel down to K Falls, or whether the train connections in K Falls and the train connections in Chimalt were for different. I think they're for different routes, but
I think so too. Yep.
And just to kind of expand on what Andrea provided as an update related to Project 7, I think formally in the project plan that the board approved, Pacific Crest was listed as the formal provider, and the update is that Cascade East will be the provider contracting with Pacific Crest. That's correct, right, Andrea? So that's probably
Yes, and it's more for just administrative, efficiency, making sure that they understand how to get reimbursed, and that process doesn't land on Whitney. So.
Aha, very good. Now we got it. So is there a motion to modify statewide transportation improvement fund plan?
I move that we approve addition of Project 8 program reserve funds to the FY 21-23 STIF statewide transportation improvement fund plan.
I'll second it.
Is that complete enough because of any other update? Okay, just making sure. Any other discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 9, consideration of signature of document for a notice of intent to award contract. Cody Smith.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer, Deschutes County Road Department. So my first item this morning, the Road Department prepared bid documents for the Rickard Road, Groff Road to US 20 improvement project. That project includes improvement of the easterly 2 miles of Rickard Road, which is a collector road, and is currently a gravel, to a paved road section. The project also includes realignment of the intersection of Rickard Road with Highway 20, which is currently at a kind of a severe skew. And then lastly, a pavement overlay of the 1.8 miles of Rickard Road between Gosney Road and the current end of pavement. The project is identified in the current county transportation system plan as a high priority project. The department advertised for bids for the project beginning March 10th. Bids were received and opened on March 31st. 6 bids were received. Before you this morning is a notice of intent to award contract to the apparent low bidder, which is Knife River Corporation Northwest, in the amount of $1,625,500. Issuance of the notice of intent to award will begin a 1-week protest period for interested parties to contest award of the contract. If no protests are received, the contract will be awarded administratively. With this contract amount, the total project estimated cost at this point, including the engineering cost, is $1,837,000. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the board, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Well, I have driven on the road not too long, I think about a year ago, and it's definitely a dirt road. So it seems like paving this could be an excellent addition to that part of our county, and bringing it off of Highway 20 a lot smoother. I would suspect that it's going to be used a bit more if it does get paved.
Well, I would just acknowledge it's great to see so many bids. You know, there's definitely some active, engaged contractors out there. Engineers estimate at $2,063,000, and basically all bids are coming in except for one, less than that. So a good competitive environment these days.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that in the few months that I've been on the board, I don't think I've seen a bid come in yet that's higher than the engineer's estimate. So it's a really nice thing to see, and thank you for estimating so carefully, Cody.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been fortunate here lately, and we're still kind of riding this train of good fortune with bid prices for heavy civil road type projects still being competitive, prices still being fairly reasonable. So for the most part, materials for these kind of projects are sourced locally, and so not experiencing some of the rise in costs that other building sectors are experiencing. So yeah, we're taking advantage of this as best we can here. One last thing I did want to add that I forgot to mention, just as far as schedule, we anticipate the construction of this project will start the first week of June, and construction will continue through till about the middle of August.
Great. Is there a motion?
I move Chair's signature of document number 2021-044, a notice of intent to award the contract for the Ricard Road, Rough Road to US 20 Improvement Project.
Second.
And this will be to Knife River Corporation Northwest. Just acknowledging. Any other discussion? Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you. Item number 10, consideration of board chair signature of notice intent to award contract for slurry seal services. Cody Smith.
So the road department prepared bid documents for the slurry seal various maintenance zones project. This project includes a slurry seal of approximately 9.2 miles of local residential type streets in the Redmond, Sisters, and Lapine maintenance zones. And I'll note that the Sisters maintenance zone also includes the unincorporated community of Tumalo. For those not familiar, a slurry seal is a mixture of asphalt oil, an emulsifier, water, and fine aggregate that's mixed on site in a distributed truck and then spread by that truck and by hand, basically squeegeed across the road surface. Excuse me, so it goes down fairly quickly. The slurry seal is a more cost-productive midterm pavement preservation application for shorter residential type streets that are more difficult for our crews to chip seal, because our chip seal process requires kind of a large train of heavy equipment and trucks. So on these shorter street segments, we're not as productive with that operation. So the slurry seal has been a great add to our toolbox here, help us extend the chip seal program further on other roads by supplementing with this service that's provided by contractors. So the department the department advertised for bids for this project on March 24th. Bids were received and opened on March 31st. 5 bids were received in response to the request for bids. I will note that 2 bids were rejected by the department because they were delivered to our office after the bid submittal deadline that was identified in the bidding documents. I will let the board know that neither one of those bids would have been the low bidder on this project. So before you this morning is a notice of intent to award the contract to the apparent low bidder, Blackline Inc., in the amount of $252,954.46. Again, issuance of notice of intent to award will begin a 1-week protest period for interested parties to contest award of the contract. And if no protests are received during that period, the contract will be awarded administratively. And with that, I'll turn it back to the board. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
No questions. Thank you for that explanation of the difference between chip sealing and slurry sealing. It's helpful to understand
So
where this fits.
I noticed the Black Line is in Vancouver, Washington. Do they have offices in Oregon also?
So there are, I'd say on the West Coast, at least between Northern California all the way up to the Canada border, there's about 5 contractors that perform that provide this kind of service. Of those, there's only one of them that's located in Oregon. They're Paved Northwest. They're located over in the Eugene area. They actually got our contract for slurry seal last year, and they certainly provided a bid for this project. But those 5 contractors, and they're located between Sacramento area and even Reno, in one case, Reno, Nevada, all the way up into northern Washington area. Those 5 contractors bounce all around that area, providing this service for different road agencies.
Thank you, Cody, for that historical perspective then. So if there's only 5 companies, amazing.
So I know there's like a 7-year cycle to chip seals. Is this an alternate to chip seal? As in, if you were going to put a chip seal down and then come back 7 years later, is this the alternate surface?
Yeah, I mean, the 7-year, that's kind of a general rule of thumb. That's typically when we're placing a chip seal on a kind of, I'd say, a mid-volume type road, or a road that's receiving a traffic load probably less than 1,000 vehicles per day. If you were to put a slurry seal on a comparative road, you're probably looking at somewhere between a 2 and a 3-year life for a slurry seal. We're only applying this on very low volume residential type streets. Our intent would be to get a 7-year life out of these slurry seals, just like we would with a chip seal. Again, just not the flavor of road we're putting this on is not seeing the amount of traffic or the type of traffic speeds that we'd see on more of our higher volume collector roads, where we would certainly put down a chip seal.
And then this does have small aggregate, you said, so it's like sand in there?
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. Just sharing the knowledge that I think I have.
I'd almost characterize it a little bit bigger than sand. I mean, it does restore the friction surface to the road, as well as sealing that road surface, filling in minor cracks and that kind of thing.
Great, okay.
So I move chair's signature, of document number 2021-123, a notice of intent to award contract for the slurry seal to Black Line Incorporated.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item number 11, consideration of signature of First Amendment to a lease for Munchkin Manor Preschool.
Before we start,
Oh, sure.
can I just ask legal if, so I'm a big fan of Munchkin Manor. My son attended preschool there, or daycare there. Does that constitute any kind of a conflict of interest that would preclude me from voting on this item?
I don't think so. I think you disclosed your.
Yeah, that was it,
Okay.
yeah.
That's my disclosure. There we go.
Okay, Christy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Manager. So we're here before you today for your consideration of chair signature of document 2021-140, First Amendment to lease between Deschutes County and Munchkin Manor Preschool at the County LLC. So just quickly, some background on that. So the county first entered into a lease with Munchkin Manor back in 2006. And that was to provide daycare space for priority to county and state employees and to the public. Fast forward a little, that initial lease expired in 2016. And so the county went out for an RFP, and the new lease was awarded to Munchkin Manor. That was a 5-year initial lease with a 5-year option to extend. So that first 5 years is coming to an end on June 30th. And so the owner, Scott McGuire, has indicated his interest in exercising the option to extend an additional 5 years. A couple key points. This is a zero consideration lease, and then in kind of exchange for that zero consideration, the daycare prioritizes county and state staff first, and then the public second as far as services are concerned. They currently occupy 2,800 square feet of interior space and 630 square feet of outdoor playground area at the Mike Meyer building. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
So I'm happy to just bringing this up as an acknowledgement. A great service. This topic is one of the big ones in our community these days. Child care opportunities. There's great history of this, and I do remember the 2014 discussion. Making sure we do open up the bid process and understanding who's providing the service, and they've been a great partner. So this is just the exercising of the first option proposed.
I have a question or two more to help me understand how businesses provide childcare in the community than about this specific lease agreement. And the first one is, do you have a sense of the market value of this lease agreement? I mean, if a business like this needed to go out and procure a space on the open market, and they found something comparable to this, do we have any kind of gut feeling about what that might cost someone?
I think that's a great question. I don't have an answer to that, but I'd be happy to do some research on the side and then circle back with an email if that would be to your satisfaction.
Thank you. And then my other question was, in recent childcare discussions, we've heard some various entities say, it's very difficult to set up a new childcare space because that there's very particular requirements around the space. I've heard discussion of sprinkler systems and other things. Can you do you have a sense of what for that space? What features are in there that might not be found in a typical commercial space that make it suitable for a childcare?
Yeah, so that's another great question. So one of the things, a few things. So one of the things that's really important is separate rooms. The more separate rooms, the more the increase to capacity. So, for example, there is room there for 46 children. And because of the way that the space is laid out, there's roughly about 7 different rooms there. They can continue at max capacity, which is really great. However, one caveat to that, they only have 38 children right now because of the ratio of infants to like the older children. So staff to children ratio only allows them to have 38 right now. So room layout or space layout, they also have to have, I don't know the number exactly of the ratio, but they have to have X amount of sinks and toilets. They also have to have sinks in the infant room, like nearby. So there are some very specific things, and that's, I'm not an expert at this, but that's my understanding of having some involvement in daycare to a limited basis.
Got it. Thank you.
Maybe those mini toilets too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion?
I was curious. So they've had this rent-free facility for a long time, and they give priority to county and to the state, I guess. So government people get a priority here. I can understand that it's really hard to find childcare, and especially in COVID times. But I'm just wondering, are their rates then less because they're getting this free? Is it cheaper to like bring your children to Munchkin if you're a county employee, or are you saving money by going there because they're getting this opportunity? How does it work out cost-wise?
The lease isn't framed to provide a discount, and I'm not aware of their rates. That's not part of the mechanics of the lease. I'd be happy to request a rate schedule, but to my knowledge.
I would just be curious to know, because if they've had this, sweetheart deal for quite a while, are our employees, are they also getting a break? It would be interesting to know.
I think the benefit to staff is that they're prioritized. So, for instance, right now there are 17 county staff children and there's 13 state staff children, and then 8 to the public. So they're again, they're prioritizing staff over any other.
This is old data, but I can provide one data point from the period 2008 to 2010, when my son was there at Munchkin Manor. It was extremely cost competitive for for us, and I wasn't at the time either a county or a state employee. I was a public employee, but I didn't get the inside track because of being a county or state employee. And there was probably nowhere else that offered that kind of larger institutional type setting for infant and toddler care, where we could have gotten child care for as affordable. There's definitely the one-off somebody taking someone else, one other kid into their home to care for alongside their small child type situation, which is, the cost structure around that is going to be really different. But for, kind of a licensed, formalized facility like that, I don't think, at least at that time, I don't think you could have found any place that was more affordable.
Thank you for those comments.
I think that at least the lobby part of it is used for,
Mary's place.
yeah, Mary's
Exchange.
Place, yeah, exchange opportunities. So, I mean, it's multiple use facility also. In the evening, it's used for other purposes. Some of that space is. So it is multi-use also.
And that is really important for that purpose.
Great. So, yeah, as I say, this is just acknowledging that this lease is in place and the service is provided, and it's great that there's slots available for any needy parent at this point in time. So, is there support? Motion.
So I move chair's signature of document number 2021-140, a First Amendment to lease document number 2016-144 between Deschutes County and Munchkin Manor Preschool at the County LLC.
I second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Item number 12, consideration of chair signature. I'm going to need a new pen after this today. Chair signature of intergovernmental agreement with Oregon Health Authority.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Janice Garceau, Director of Deschutes County Behavioral Health. And what I am bringing to you today for consideration, approval, and signature is OHA document number 166041-1. Sorry, that's the OHA document number. The document before you is number 2021-281. That's the county reference number. This is the first of what's likely a number of amendments to our contract with the Oregon Health Authority for revenue to cover some community mental health program services and activities. In this particular instance, OHA incorrectly awarded an amount, and so they made a correction through this amendment, adding a total of $207,038 in service element, or MHS number 20, which is the mental health block grant, which funds a number of our programs, portions of their services. So this increases revenue this fiscal year by $103,000 and some change, and the same amount next fiscal year through December 31st, 2021, because as you know, the OHA is now contracting with the CMHP on a calendar year rather than a fiscal year. And that's the story.
There you go. So this is existing services, very, very much, it sounds like a business case of the dialing in the dollars that are available to the providers.
Correct.
And if I'm trying to figure out if I'm tracking correctly, Janice. So a month or two ago, you brought to us an agreement with OHA that was just a massive document. And
yes.
So this is an amendment to that, adding some funds.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I move to approve chair signature of document 2021-281 intergovernmental agreement with the OHA.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Oh, I do have some. I did want to ask Janice. Okay, so Janice, we're getting another, what is it, $103,000?
Correct.
What are you planning, what are we going to do with that money this year? Can you?
It's actually returning us to the level we had anticipated. So when we received the award, the large document that Commissioner Chang was referring to, we noticed that it was less than it was anticipated to be. They had indicated there would be flat funding in each of the service element items, and this amount was less. So we noticed that alongside probably 10 other CMHP directors. There was communication with OHA. They said, yes, our math was wrong. So this is basically a restoration of an anticipated amount that we had budgeted for. So it's unfortunately not an add, but it does at least mean it's not a loss, which is how the contract originally looked.
And
How long did it take for them to get back to you then, once, if everyone let them know that they'd made a mistake? I mean,
Yeah, it was actually, sorry, Commissioner.
No, I just wondered how long it took, because, you know, if they're supposed to be doing our billing for some FEMA thing, and because they're going to do a better job than we are, and at the time, I was like thinking, really? They're going to do a better job than we are? I was going to talk to Greg about that later.
Yeah, so actually in this particular case, Commissioner, they got back to us very quickly. However, their contract department isn't quite as fast as, you know, their accounting department getting back to us and saying, yes, you're right, the amount is wrong, we'll fix it. So they process an enormous number of contracts, and in this year of COVID, they have all of the additional contract work that's associated with that. So that has definitely slowed down the pace of contracts and amendments coming out of the Health Authority's office.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, so I was partially in the calls. Commissioner Chang said yes. Commissioner Adair?
I could say yes now. I just didn't want to.
not a problem.
You know, it's like we just see all this money going back and forth, and you know, sometimes I do believe we need more clarity on what's really happening. Is, you know, okay, so someone has a problem gambling. You know, there's a lot of things out there that are happening. Just read the sad story about an 18-year-old that committed suicide. The parents they picked up the first warning that he was going to commit suicide, but I mean, there's so many things out there happening that, Janice, you deal with on a daily basis, and I just want the community to be aware that we do worry about our kids.
Yeah.
I mean, this wasn't a local kid, but, you know, it was an 18-year-old, and some families never going to be the same. So.
Yes, and these particular funds fund services to adults, but also to children. So they are distributed in our budgeting process into each major project, and they help offset costs of serving adults and youth and children. So They're part of a mental health block grant program that's been around for quite some time through the federal government to OHA and then to community mental health programs.
So that was a yes, Commissioner? Okay, and chair votes yes also.
It just took a while.
Yep, not a problem.
I just wanted to say, I think, Janice, and you can correct me, I think when you presented us the very large agreement, you actually flagged that that you thought that this was an error. And so
I think I did too, because I was in communication with Dave Doyle about it, because he always looks at these agreements as well with me. So you may be remembering that correctly.
yeah, so that gives us, of course, I can't remember exactly when that meeting was, but that gives us a sense of the responsiveness of OHA. You had kind of identified it at that point, and then now at this point they fixed it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a good day.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Janice.
Janice.
At this time, we'll set up for our 10 o'clock COVID-19 update. We sure were hoping that we were going to go bi-weekly on these, and it changed drastically recently. And these are the numbers. We do have Spanish interpreting services, and then also Facebook Live on these updates. So at this time, Nahad Sadr Azodi, Molly Wells-Darling, and Dr. George Conway. Good morning. So we're ready to go.
Good morning, Commissioners. I think Dr. Conway is going to lead the presentation.
All right. So we do these updates weekly at 10 o'clock, time certain, every Wednesday at our regular board meeting. And I know we're going to have a little update from St. Charles also during this, so we want to thank them for joining us.
Some of the constituent contacts that I had this week, people were asking some very detailed questions about, how is COVID spreading, and where in the age demographics are all the cases concentrated, and what's the status of our vaccination? And it was great for me to be able to refer them back to the meeting from last Wednesday and say, check out the video at this, at minute 37:32, and all your questions will be answered. And also tell them, and we are continuing to do these every week at 10 a.m. on Wednesdays, and if you want to get the latest information, you can tune in then. So.
But I find myself holding on to these slides each week and replacing last week's with this week, and they're right next to my, the phone. And I'm in that same situation. The facts are the facts, and it's good to have this good information.
So probably good that we wait till exactly 10 a.m. so that anyone who's waiting for 10 a.m. to tune in is with us.
Yeah.
So Nahad usually asks at this juncture, is the streaming thing set up?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, Commissioners. I'm glad that we're giving you something to cherish during your week. I wish I had better news to share today. So, do you see slides now?
Now we do, yes.
Okay, great. So this is going to be a complicated, as I think was mentioned just before we were permitted to enter. This is going to be a relatively complicated set of presentations this morning because there's a lot going on. So first I want to introduce Nahad Sadr Azudi, you've already seen, is on. Molly Wells-Darling, who's actually she's acting as incident commander currently. I'm Health Services Director, and we have a special guest presenting today, Adria Rodriguez Lovejoy, who's one of our very experienced environmental health specialists and is also serving as the IMT Outreach Environmental Health Business Group Supervisor, will be giving a presentation on what we're hoping will be effective economic mitigation for businesses that are affected by some of the things going on now. We're going to put in plugs for various things during this presentation. Oh, and then I should add, it was mentioned, I believe, that Dr. Michael Johnson will be joining us and presenting some very interesting information about hospitalizations, which have been going up recently. In particular, he'll talk in detail about the age stratification of that, which I think is very, very helpful. So there's free COVID-19 testing today in downtown Bend, similar to what we had going last week. And the website is www.deschutes.org/COVID testing. It's ongoing now until 2 p.m. For vaccine, and you'll see another reminder of this later in the talk, appointments are available for everyone 16 and older. If you're 16 or 17, we need you to sort of try to call that out so we make sure that you get the Pfizer, 3Ws, Central Oregon COVID vaccine.com, which we're hoping is already embedded in every resident's mind. So to the business of the day, so our case numbers continue to go up. And this is actually a very sharp upward trend, which is very concerning. We're now over 500, and this exceeds any other week that we've had. So we're really still in the middle of a pandemic, but there are some changes in who it is that's getting sick, and that's what we want to emphasize today, that this is a huge transition when we're people that were ill here and here going Thanksgiving, even in the Christmas season, tended to be much more elderly or young adult up to working age. And now we're seeing a very high concentration of these new cases in younger adults and even teens. So given this rise, we're asking people, what we've seen is many people not wearing masks, even in relatively crowded social gatherings. This has been implicated in many of the outbreaks where sometimes people acquired a case, whether at school or work, but then there was substantial transmission in social gatherings where people were near each other and not wearing a mask, including after school activities and travel as well. So the way to prevent this, really want to really encourage, especially young people, that it's understandable. Everybody young, it's many years ago for me, but everybody that's a teen, a young adult, I know wants to go out and gather and socialize and not be so concerned about all these precautionary things. The pathway to that is available to you. As long as you're 16 or over, you can be vaccinated. By 2 weeks after your booster vaccine, which is 3 weeks after for the Pfizer, if you're 16 or 17, or 4 weeks after for the Moderna. So 2 weeks after that, so 5 or 6 weeks after your initial immunization, you will no longer be expected to wear masks in outdoor social gatherings per recommendations from the Centers for Disease Control yesterday. So the pathway forward to really substantial freedom is to go ahead and get vaccinated. The second thing in the interim, and then even those of us that are vaccinated, when we're indoors, we are still really very much asking people to wear masks. If you're going to socialize, please do it outdoors and keep distance and keep a mask on. So we've showed this before, but we really want to emphasize this sort of in a different direction. The last time I talked about it, we were talking about that we didn't want to confuse allergies with COVID. This time, because our case numbers are going up so rapidly, I want to emphasize when you should seek attention medically, and that's whether or not it's COVID. And that is, if you have fever or chills, if you have body aches, if you feel like you have the flu, if you have a very distinctive symptom of COVID is loss of taste or smell, and definitely if you're short of breath, whatever the circumstance for anything else, if you're distinctly short of breath and you haven't, that's not a problem that you have chronically that's being managed, you really do need to reach out to your primary care physician, a nurse practitioner, PA, or if you're short of breath and you have these things, then the emergency room would be another option, or urgent care. So it's really important to seek care if you're having many of these things and don't usually have allergies. So we're really exhorting people, encouraging, if you have that, please get tested. If you're short of breath, if you're feeling very ill, make sure that you reach out to your primary care practitioner as well. And if you're around someone who tests positive and you're named as a contact or contacted, you should wait about 6 days or a little more, because that's when the test becomes that sensitive. And the interim, we do ask you to quarantine, and we're asking people to quarantine for 14 days now because of the surge per OHA requirement.
Dr. Conway, can I just ask, in terms of encouraging people to get tested and us offering the free testing event today, do we anticipate that we will do another free testing event kind of around the same time of the week next week? Because
Molly, could you answer that?
It'd be great to, as we're encouraging people to get tested, they may say, well, I was just exposed yesterday, so you don't want to send them to get tested, today. You want to tell them where they can get tested in a week if they need it.
Very good point, Commissioner. Molly?
Yes, so we will be having testing events hopefully every week. They'll either be on a Wednesday or a Thursday, depending on the week. I believe next week is Wednesday, but we will be transitioning to Thursdays. I see Adria saying yes, so that's good. And then also people can call many of their primary care doctors to get testing. I know that Summit does testing if you're symptomatic, and then also Walgreens has tests.
Well, and we're trying to, as are some other entities, do some additional testing settings rather than just the ones in Bend, correct?
I didn't hear the first part of your statement.
Adria, you're nodding. If you want to fill in the gaps there, please jump in.
Sure. So I know that as we've planned these free testing events that the county is offering, we've considered having these testing sites in different locations around the county so that those are accessible to people in more rural areas of the county. Yeah, so sometimes they're in Redmond or in Lapine to make those available to people.
And those would be posted in advance on our website, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And if you're not sure, just reach out to us and we'll try to help you navigate.
Do you have a sense at this moment where the free testing event next Wednesday or Thursday is going to be?
Yes, it will be at the Wall Street building. So,
but that's where it was last week too. So that's really not moving around the county, honestly.
Yeah.
Wasn't it there last week? It's there today.
Yeah, I think it was at the school, the Bend Lapine School building on Wall Street last week and this week, and then next week it will be at the Deschutes County and State of Oregon Wall Street building.
That's still been.
Right.
I think that Adria was pointing out that we're also, as is Mosaic and other entities, including one of the urgent care centers, also doing our best to organize with relatively short notice, smaller, if you will, pop-up testing opportunities. And we do post those, and we'll be happy to keep you informed.
And we have had them in other communities. We've had them in Sisters as well as Lapine within the last month, I believe. So we are having them in different areas, just trying to get out to everyone that we can.
And this is on top of the other services that are offered by clinics and Mosaic and other places.
Yes. And actually, I really appreciate your question before, Commissioner, about whether or not it's happening next week, because we wanted to make sure that there was one sort of predictable opportunity for people that haven't established a normal relationship with a primary care provider. So this is something that's predictable, and it's very prudent what you said. If somebody's just been exposed and they're curious about it, what they need to do is stay away from other folks and then get tested at that next interval.
I have a
Hopefully,
question then. If you've actually had COVID, are you required to get a negative COVID test before you come back to work? No.
Go ahead, Adria.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So as I've been interacting a lot with the business community in the last year, and this is a really common question that's asked. So we tell all employers that positive cases are not required to get a negative test before returning to work, and we do not recommend that.
Great. And our environmental health staff are very happy to answer such questions with a rapid turnaround if they do arise. This is a graph that I think we may have shown this once before, but this is the percentage vaccinated, the percentage of vaccinations have been given and the percentage vaccinated by each age group. And you can see we have very good coverage above age 65, particularly good above age 75, which is our highest risk for complications if people develop COVID. We are making progress at younger ages, but of course, until not long ago, only people with underlying health conditions that were down to 44 and then down to younger were eligible. Now that all ages are eligible, we are working our way, if you will, stepwise, but with particular weakness in 19 or younger, and the group of concern that I'll show in a moment with these new infections is particularly up into, say, the mid-30s. And we really are encouraging folks, vaccines free, it's easy. We've gotten over the backlogs for appointments. You can get usually an appointment, relatively short turnaround time now. This is by age.
Sorry, on that last slide, was that for, is that showing people who are fully vaccinated or possibly only one shot in?
Molly.
I would have to ask Jimena, George.
Okay, we'll get back to you with that. My understanding is that this is people that have had some vaccination.
Okay, thank you.
But we're having.
That's correct. This is Mike Johnson. That is correct. These are vaccinations underway.
Right. And the thing is that we're having a very, very high return rate for the second dose. So the people are coming back reliably for boost. So this is, I think, a predictor of if you will, the landscape of protection we're looking at. And once again, we have basically functional protective immunity. We don't want to use the term herd immunity because it's just a subset of the population, but basically people that have a Social Security card are reasonably well protected. We're still chipping away at some of the younger people so qualifying, but as you get down in age, we've got a substantial. There's a lot of white space here, and that's our foremost concern. And that I'll transition this slide. That is where what's really going on is now. So this is a complicated slide. We keep adding to this as we go into this surge. But if you read from the top or from the left in each set of bars, each of these is successive weeks, with the dark blue being the current week. And in each of these columns and each of the sets of bars is by age group. So if you look to the far right, this is 85 plus, 80s, 80 to 84, 70s, 60s. And you can see that there have been increases in these, but the very large, substantial sort of what we would call as epidemiologists, the centroid, the central area would be between children and particularly teens and particularly young adults, and then diminishing as we get older. So the new phase of the epidemic is in typically unvaccinated, younger working age people and teens. So that we're really trying to concentrate on that. And among the teens, there's a concentration of the high school age of 16, 17, 18, et cetera. And those are all eligible for vaccination. The other concerning thing is that we do have a sharp increase continuing in positive testing. And bearing in mind that you will see there's two different ways this is measured. One of them is the total number of positive tests over the total number of tests done, and that is the measure that we provide. Also, if you're mousing around through the tableau on OHA's website, there are some places where it's the number of positive tests over the number of persons tested, and that's actually running around 10% now. So either way you cut it, this is a problem. Hospitalization, I'm not going to go into any real detail about this. Michael Johnson will go into it in great detail, but you can see that not only is this getting high, it's a very steep curve, and that's very concerning for us.
Dr. Conway, back on the chart,
Yes.
rates by age groups. On the right side, 80 to 84, you've got a little blue line for this last week, but then there's this line with the 5 on it. Is that just an error on that report?
No, it's showing that rate, which looks high, but the denominator is relatively small, represents 5 individuals.
Okay, that's only 5. All right. So according to this chart, then, the 76 and the 123, that's only 40% approximately of the 506 cases. It's not quite half. So I'm seeing that it actually did spread up to even the 49-year-olds. I mean,
Yes,
everybody
yes,
jumped up.
I agree, and but the pattern has been much more centered here as we got into the post holidays. It shifted markedly to the left, so that your if you will, your average case now, the median cases are in people in their 20s, and the mean, I believe, is in the low 30s now, which is a marked shift from over the holiday, the Thanksgiving, Christmas interval when we had very high rates as well. The mean and median were way over, and the sort of middle age and older working individuals. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, it does. And then the next chart, the test by week. Okay, so we're going up to almost 9% positivity. What about all this free testing every week? Do you have those numbers? Are they in here now? How are those testing numbers coming out? I saw that it was like 11% positive last week, maybe?
The last free testing, the last mass testing event, I don't recall if it was this free testing or a different one reported out to us, was, my memory is it was 13%. Molly, can you flesh that out?
It's 11.5%
Okay.
for last week.
And is that the mass testing or the one collaborating with FEMA, please?
It's from 421 testing, mass testing.
So that was
last Wednesday with OHA.
The free testing event last Wednesday, 11%. Thank you. Yeah, so the 13 must have been the most recent of the jointly operated FEMA ones that I think are held at a different locale.
Dr. Conway, one more question, and you don't have to scroll backward, but a question about the age breakdown. The small number of cases that we're seeing in the senior population, do we know that those are all people who were not vaccinated, or is there some chance that we have incredibly high vaccination rates in those age brackets?
Yes.
Is there any chance that there are people who have been vaccinated who are still getting COVID?
The answer, so the absolute answer is that there are people that have been vaccinated that are getting COVID. The reality is it's a very small number. We call those breakthrough cases. We have an action threshold where we start really worrying if the breakthrough cases exceed 1% of cases. And we have not had a week where that has happened. So in the older categories, there have been a very small number of breakthrough cases.
Okay. Thank you.
And George,
yes.
George, sorry, this is Nahat. And just to mention that CDC just published a study that said those folks over age of 65, basically, if they've had their full course of vaccines, 19 out of 20 are protected against being hospitalized. So that's really good information and motivation, I think, for our populations to get vaccinated.
Well, and actually, even breakthrough cases that are younger, if you look at the vaccine trials and you look at the accumulating evidence, the likelihood, once you've been vaccinated, of your becoming ill enough to end up in the hospital or the ICU is very, very low. And that we continue to look at that, though. So we also look at the severity and follow that. And I think Dr. Johnson will talk a little bit more about that as well.
George, I can actually give you some specifics on the breakthrough cases. We've had 3 since the beginning of March.
So three hospitalized, correct?
3 hospitalized. They were all quite elderly, and none of them went into the ICU. None of them were on a ventilator. None of them passed away. They had about the average length of stay, and then they've all but one has been discharged at this point.
Great, thanks very much.
So for us, it's working out less than what Nahad was talking about. We had those 3 breakthrough cases out of 104, so we're just under 3% hospitalized breakthrough cases.
Great, thanks very much. Commissioners, any further questions on these statistics before I plow ahead? So I think this is where I was getting. Another thing that we do want to emphasize. Did you have the
hospitalization number though for today? On the, I know we're up at 34 today, I believe.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of what you said, Commissioner. It broke up.
Oh, I just want to know how many of Deschutes County are the 34 that are in the hospital today? How many are Deschutes County, and what's our cumulative number? I know it was like 230 something. I was told that our hospitalized of our positives was only 3.3%. I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm just wondering where that's at today.
I see Michael's unmuted. Do you have that at hand?
I don't have the breakdown by county, but I probably can have that by the time we're done here. Let me search around for that.
Yeah, well,
I have the raw numbers, but I don't know.
Right. When Dr. Johnson gets into his presentation, I can go on Epi Cogito and tell you the number for the county as of today. The other message that I think it's important for young adults and teens to know is that previously, so recovery from COVID-19 can take a long time, even if you're not seriously ill. Just if you're symptomatic, people 1 in 5 of previously healthy young adults, so that's 18 to 34 years old, 1 in 5 are still ill 2 to 3 weeks later, and a percentage of those go on to develop what we call long COVID, which is months-long persistence, often of subtle but disabling neurologic problems like fuzzy thinking, fatigue, etc. Not that, as it goes on, not that different from what we call chronic fatigue syndrome. So long COVID is a substantial, potentially disabling hazard, especially for the younger adults. And it's just another reminder: social distance, hygiene, and wearing face coverings consistently and correctly in public. And then, of course, there is a carve-out for now fully vaccinated individuals do not need to wear their masks in public unless they're going to be extremely close quarters. We're now into the extreme risk echelon of as our county, and then many other counties are going into this as well in parallel with us. And this does take us back to considerable constraints on basically human activity, interaction, and commerce. So it precludes indoor dining. Mercifully, many places now, first of all, the weather is better. Many places have made some provision for outdoor dining. Reduced retail capacity, reduced indoor fitness and recreation facility capacity. And this is particularly because people are exercising and exhaling, and there's what we call substantial dwell time. And of course, this refers just to indoors. If people are working out outdoors, then that does not fall under this. Remote work, to the extent possible, and people that do not have an essential task, requires them to be at work. We're hoping that we move back to that. And then, sadly, long-term care facilities, only outdoor visitation. Mercifully, the weather's getting much better now. And then I'm gonna sort of pass the baton to Adria, who I think has some reassuring and possibly refreshing news for businesses.
Hi, thank you, George. So my name is Adria. I work as an environmental health specialist for Deschutes County. And over the last year, I've been working as the environmental health business outreach liaison, supporting businesses as they deal with the changing rules and challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as part of that work, I'd like to share news about this resource that has been promoted locally by the Central Oregon Community College Small Business Development Center. It's called the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, and this program provides emergency assistance for eligible restaurants, bars, and other qualifying businesses that have been impacted by COVID-19. It is run by the U.S. Small Business Administration, and this fund was established as part of the American Rescue Plan Act. It will provide restaurants with funding equal to their pandemic-related revenue loss, up to $5 million per physical location and $10 million per business. The businesses are not required to repay the funding, and the registration actually begins this Friday, and applications open on Monday, May 3rd. George, could you please advance to the next slide? So I wanted to kind of go over which businesses are eligible for this fund. It includes restaurants, food trucks, food carts, caterers, bars, lounges, taverns, saloons, snack bars, non-alcoholic beverage bars, and then other categories of businesses if they have on-site sales to the public that comprise at least 33% of gross receipts. And those businesses include bakeries, brew pubs, tasting rooms, tap rooms, breweries, microbreweries, wineries and distilleries, inns, and also licensed facilities or premises of beverage alcohol producers where the public can taste or sample products. And when businesses apply for these funds, they can use the funds in various ways. So they can use them for business payroll costs, including sick leave, payments on business mortgage obligations, rent payments, business debt service, utility payments, maintenance expenses, the construction of outdoor seating, which we know a lot of businesses in Central Oregon have done, business supplies, including all of that PPE and extra cleaning materials that they may have purchased and will continue to purchase as part of their pandemic response, business food and beverage expenses, supplier costs, and overall operating expenses. What we'd really like to pass along today is that there are free webinars about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, which are happening this week. The webinars go over what the fund is, who's eligible to apply, how much money the businesses can get, how the funds can be used, specifics on how and when businesses can apply for this, and where to get help with their application. There are free webinars today. There's one this afternoon at 2 o'clock, and then 2 webinars available this Friday. If businesses miss these webinars, there will be recordings made and posted on the Small Business Administration YouTube channel so that businesses can view this information later. If there are specific, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to help all the restaurants, but what about the gyms? The gyms that are going to be locked down again. I know some of our local gyms, they've borrowed money to follow all the COVID. They've borrowed more money to get opened up again, and they're not on this list. I realize we're talking restaurants, but I'm going like, oh my gosh, who's going to help the gyms?
I also wanted to ask about when I was reading the governor's announcement of the 15 counties moving back to extreme risk category, there was mention of a $20 million state fund to help businesses who are impacted by, by COVID restrictions, as as their counties move back into extreme risk category. Will we have that? Obviously, that's probably a brand new program. They're probably trying to figure out all the rules right now. But will we have that information to offer to businesses? Hopefully, businesses like gyms, non-restaurant businesses, as that information becomes available.
So I'll acknowledge that this is a small business administration program, federal level, because I talked about this a little bit yesterday, or learned about it yesterday. And it's going to be up to us as commissioners to understand what's happening at the state, what funds are available. We know that the American Rescue Act dollars are coming. So this is our work. This is our work in the near future as commission to make sure the county's up to speed and what resources are available. So this is a program for restaurants, and it's the one we know of today.
So I do want to compliment Andrea and her colleagues on doing very proactive outreach, and I do want to address a source of very understandable anxiety, and that is that these constraints are because of a sudden increase and sharp increase in the number of cases. No one involved in the health sphere has any interest in further stressing people that work at or own such businesses. So we're doing everything we can as information becomes available to pass along this sort of mitigation information, and we will keep up to date. We'll push as we see the $20 million, as we see the other things. And then commissioners, because you receive information through a different stream, sometimes direct from the governor's office, sometimes through the Commissioners Association, then, if you share those with us, we'll be happy to post them as well.
Well, one last question
yes.
For Adria. Do we know where people sign up for these webinars? Or can we?
Next slide.
Next slide.
All there.
Yes.
Here
Okay.
we go.
Thank you. Yes, so the registration for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund webinars is available on this Eventbrite sign up. This was set up by the COCC Small Business Development Center. And I would also, Commissioner Adair, I think that I share your concern about all of the other businesses that are being economically impacted by our move to the extreme risk category. And I think that the COCC Small Business Development Center is an excellent resource for any of those businesses about other funds that are or will become available. I also wanted to share the website for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, which is here. It's as Commissioner DeBone shared, this is being not run by Deschutes County, but by the U.S. Small Business Administration. So all of the information about how the program runs and how to sign up is available on this website, which is available in multiple languages. And I've posted the links for the website in English and then in Spanish right here on this slide. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you again for this opportunity to share this information with our business community.
So yesterday I heard about this in the afternoon, and I went to my browser on the internet. I typed in the word restaurant space, and I typed R, and it already auto-completed for me. And how would it know that I would be looking for Restaurant Revitalization Fund from the SBA? But I think people around the country are searching this right now. So,
thank you so much for bringing us that information, Adria.
Yes, it's appreciated.
So, Commissioner, if you randomly receive an ad for good prices on stainless steel stoves, you may be able to connect the dots.
It's amazing, the internet.
Okay. Before we go on to vaccination, I also just wanted to kind of, put out a big picture point and question for us, which is that we know that these businesses where people are indoors and they are either breathing heavily or they have to take their mask off to eat or drink or things like that, they are a potential risk, risk location for the spread of COVID. But we also know that a lot of the COVID in our community is being spread by people in their informal personal lives, not wearing masks, doing big social gatherings, doing after school activities without masks, traveling, doing things like that, and that, no matter how hard we clamp down on restaurants or gyms or other businesses, it will not affect those avenues for transmission of COVID. And so I just want to say, we need to be thinking about what we can do to get people in our community to adopt the personal responsibility behaviors that are needed for us to contain this virus. And I know that we have been doing everything that we've been able to think of to date, but it's just there is a need for us to think even harder, learn from the most clever strategic ideas that are out there across our nation, and bring those home and try and figure out what more we can do to contain the spread of this virus in our community, so that we can let people get back to work and we can let people go to school with peace in their heart, and let people see their family and friends. So I don't have the answer on what we should be doing more of that we're not, but I do just want to emphasize that we need to be working on those personal responsibility behaviors throughout our entire community.
I agree wholeheartedly, Commissioner, and I will reiterate that the pathway to freedom, and also the most effective way that we know of to express that personal responsibility, in addition to covering up, keeping distance, is for people that are young and active and interacting a lot to go ahead and be vaccinated. That will provide both freedom for them and additional safety for our communities.
Great segue. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to talk about vaccines. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because I want to give Mike Johnson enough time to present the St. Charles information, which I think is also very important. So news this week is that signing up for your vaccine appointment has changed just slightly. It's the same website. You go to the same place, but you no longer have to pre-register. You can go there directly and sign up for an available appointment. So this makes it very easy. We were able to transition back into this model because we don't have thousands and thousands of people going on the website at a time now, which was crashing the website before. So this is working. People are signing up. I just want to ask everyone in the community and all of us to push this message out that they can go on today. We have available appointments. We especially have available appointments on Saturday. They can go on today and choose appointments between Wednesday and Saturday, sign up for the time that works for them. Go ahead, George. And this is how many doses we have to give at the fairgrounds this week. So we have 9,360 doses. 4,680 of those are first doses, and the rest are our booster shots that we'll be giving. So we do have appointments available again, so please do go on and sign up at a time that will work for you to get vaccinated. Go ahead, George. So this is our vaccination data as of the 25th. Currently, we have around 23,000 that are in progress in their vaccination series, and we have 64,000 who are completely vaccinated, which comes to about 45% of our community. And as you can see, we continue to be one of the leaders in the state in getting our vaccines out to our population. Go ahead, George. This diagram also shows the estimated proportion of county population vaccinated as of the 25th.
Molly?
So it shows both.
Don't you find it kind of interesting? I've been talking to my husband about this, the retired physician, And the fact that we do have the highest, a very, very high level of people that are actually vaccinated with at least one shot, which does give some effectiveness. And yet our COVID numbers have been, the worst that we had the whole period. So what is it? I would think that if we're really getting immunity from our shots, why are our numbers? I honestly would have thought we would have had more than 39% of the younger people with the active cases. I mean, do you guys have any insight into that?
Yes, we do, Commissioner. We know that the unvaccinated are the centerpiece of the current surge. The solution to it is for young people, it was expressed as social responsibility, but I also expressed as freedom for young people to get vaccinated. We have the vaccine, it's free, it's available.
Well, and I think also, you look at the people who are coming up positive right now, and it is the people who were much further along in the sequencing from the governor. So those people who were first in the sequencing, the positivity rate amongst those groups is much lower, but our individuals who had to wait longer, the positivity is higher in that group. So we really need to be reaching out to our younger folk, 50 and younger, to help get them vaccinated if that's what they choose. And just want to remind people also that you really want to be through your vaccination series and 2 weeks past it before you can go out and get to all those gatherings or not have a mask with other vaccinated people, et cetera. That's really important. And so I would wonder, Commissioner Adair, if people are getting their first vaccination and also feeling like, oh, this is great, and I can just go out and live life as normal, when really we want to wait until that 2 weeks past the booster shot.
Well, and we have to bear in mind that there are countries that are having a very, very rough time now, particularly India, Brazil. We're very fortunate to now have an abundance of vaccine, a good supply chain in the United States. So there is a way out of this. It's available to us. It's not readily available to people in many other seriously affected countries now. We got off to a rough start with COVID in the nation, but we're turning a corner. We have this remedy at hand, and I hope that people will seriously consider taking advantage of it. Go ahead, Molly.
So this speaks a little bit to what the Commissioner Adair was asking. So we have less than 1% of our positive cases, breakthrough cases, have been in people who are fully vaccinated. Mike spoke to the 3% of those that are hospitalized, but this is less than 1% of all of our positive cases for people who are fully vaccinated. So just a reminder to everyone, wait until you get through your second series shot and 2 weeks after that, and then you're good. Remain cautious, but you're good. Getting your shot is our best shot at getting back to normal, and that's where we all want to be. We want to be back to normal. So one of those ways to get the shots is through our Central Oregon COVIDvaccine.com, and you can schedule directly now for a time that works for you. We are constantly updating those appointments as we have appointments and vaccine come available. So check regularly for that. And a reminder, please do this on your computer and not on your phone. The website doesn't work very well with your phone, so computer is best. Go ahead, George. These are the other ways that you can get appointments. So also our pharmacies have vaccine. Fred Meyer is opening some this week and next week in Bend and Redmond, I believe. And then Mosaic and Lapine also have vaccines and are getting those out to their patients and vulnerable populations. Go ahead, George. So this is just what's happening in the future. So at the end of May, we will be transitioning from our mass vaccination clinic to a distributive model. And what that means for our community is this is really going to allow us to set our community up for long-term stability or sustainability for getting the COVID-19 vaccine. The mass vaccination clinic has served a great purpose of getting people vaccinated quickly and efficiently, and a large portion of our population, but we also do need to move into different ways of providing that vaccine so that we can get to everyone. So those different ways will be collaboration with some of our healthcare clinics in our county, those who have been approved by OHA to distribute these vaccines, as well as the pharmacies. And then the county will still have a large portion of doing pop-up clinics for vulnerable populations and hopefully coordinating with businesses as well to get vaccine out to our community. So we will have first doses at the mass vaccination clinic through next week. And then after next week, we will be doing all second doses, unless we are doing Johnson & Johnson out there. If we get Johnson & Johnson from the state, then we would do that out there as well. So that is the future of how we will be distributing our vaccines in our county. So just a reminder that if you have questions, the best way to get those questions answered is to go to our website, the Deschutes.org COVID-19 vaccine. There's frequently asked questions there. You can also email us at healthservices@Deschutes.org, and we will email you back with an answer to your question. And then we also have our COVID-19 vaccine hotline. They are available for questions, and they are also available to help people sign up for appointments. If you don't have access to a computer or you have difficulty navigating on the computer, please do call that hotline and we will help you get signed up for your appointment. And we are still taking volunteers. So you can go to this website and sign up to become a volunteer. We will continue utilizing volunteers in our pop-up clinics around the county after our mass vaccination clinic is closed. So if you're interested and want to be a part of this adventure that we are in, then please do sign up.
And it's a really, having worked this a number of times and going to spend tomorrow afternoon there, and I'm hearing possibly Saturday there, this is actually a really gratifying experience. People are very upbeat, and many of the people that come are very, very sincerely and expressively grateful.
And we will likely hit 100,000 doses given out through the vaccine clinic either Friday or Saturday this week. So good news
Thanks very
on that.
much. So over to you, Mike.
Can I ask one more question about vaccination before we move on to the St. Charles data? I know that you all have been doing surveys, interviewing people, trying to understand for the last few months vaccine hesitancy. And now that we really have such great saturation of vaccination in the senior population, I'm wondering whether there's anything we've learned about vaccine hesitancy in the age brackets that we are focused on like a laser right now. Those younger adult populations. Is vaccine hesitancy in those age brackets different in any way? And is there are there ways for us to tackle vaccine hesitancy in those populations that are different than the way we have been? I mean, I know that I know certainly the channels through which those younger adults get their information are different, but I don't know whether the messaging or the messengers need to be different at all to get through to those target populations.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. And next week we'll have an opportunity. I think Commissioner DeBonne is in agreement. We'll have an opportunity to have more discussion around vaccine hesitancy, which is not a binary phenomenon. Yeah, it's a spectrum where we have on one side of the spectrum believers and the other side who are truly anti-vaccine people. But vast majority of people fall in this middle part of the spectrum where they have concerns or questions, or they're facing some convenience issues, for example, having time off from work in order to go and get vaccinated. What happens generally in these kinds of trends is the mass vaccine scenarios or models that we have put in place really accommodate those who are more or less convinced. They have a high risk perception, and convenience is not really a major factor, and they know where to access the information, the facts, the figures, and all that, and they show up in the clinics or in the vaccine site, mass vaccine sites. As we move forward, however, we're really going to move from those who are looking for facts and figures and knowledge around the vaccine product and the trends and what have you, to those who are really going to make their decisions based on the relationships that they have with the trusted sources, like their primary care providers, like their faith leaders, like their community leader, and so on and so forth, or their peers, for example, their teachers. So what we're doing is, George and Molly covered this really well, is that so naturally that's why we're moving also from a mass vaccine model to more of a distributed model where folks who have this need for connectivity to get the information they need to then make their decisions are accommodated.
Thank you. Yeah, we need to cover our St. Charles information, but that was a great preview for next week.
So one of my thoughts is maybe, and just for discussion, bring a slide or two back about what the vaccines are, what do we know about them now that they've been out for a while? Because I know that, there was some mRNA, science slides that we had in a couple months ago, maybe 6 months ago now. But bringing that back, because some people, that'll help ground them on understanding, okay, this is what a vaccine is, what it does, and now that it's been out there for, however many months since it's been approved, this is what we know. So just some good grounding facts again in the near future. It just came to me recently as I was thinking through, what do I tell somebody about, just go get that thing, the vaccine, and it'd be good to get back to just some of the basics about the science. So Dr. Johnson, thank you very much for joining us. We see slides. There we go.
Am I unmuted? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, thanks for having me. I will go through these as quickly as I can, but certainly will pause for any questions that come up. I'd like to make a comment on the previous topic, though. I read a study that said that one of the, it was a nationwide thing. I believe it was conducted by Carnegie Mellon. It might have been MIT, but one of those universities had a survey that went out to people with vaccine hesitancy. And one of the strongest sources that people relied upon was their friends and family. Which I thought was quite interesting. So, it is incredibly important to just tell everybody else, look, I got the vaccine, talk about your experience. And to be honest with you, I would be surprised if anybody volunteered at the clinic and wasn't completely moved in the direction of supporting the vaccine. So I think that would really be cool. If you're on the fence, go volunteer and witness what's going on, see the great things that are happening. So on with my slides. Here is a chart that shows both we use a predictive model to figure out how many of the positive cases are going to translate into inpatients, and for those that are inpatients, how many are going to be in the ICU and ventilators and et cetera. You can see the incredibly steep curve that we're currently going through. And to be honest with you, this is the time period that is the most difficult for the predictive modeling process. We really are keeping a very close eye out for that first indication of, that steep curve to be less steep. And we haven't seen that yet. So it's incredibly difficult to say how high is the surge going to go and how long is it going to last. I will say this, though, is you see kind of a big rounded top there in the couple of weeks to come. That's typically not the case. You can see historically, when it does start to fall, it will start to fall fairly quickly, and that's probably going to be the case with this. All the factors that are giving us, paused as to say that we know with certainty what's going to happen. We've talked a lot about the vaccination with regard to the demand side, and we do have very good supply right now. So that plays into it, certainly. The behavior, certainly, of those not just who are vaccinated, but more importantly, those who are not, plays into it. The factor that we know the least about, that, as it turns out, has the greatest impact on our predictions, is the prevalence of variants. So that's the proportion of those variants that are in our Central Oregon area, as well as nobody really knows an absolute number for the increased transmissibility or severity. So that's a big unknown. The factor of policy decisions and the recent things that have come at the state and what we're doing at the county level as well impacts things. And what we also see is a sine curve of fear and fatigue cycle. And so what has to happen is we reach a point that is, we've kind of what level of pain are we willing to take until we actually change our behaviors, and hopefully that we have, we will begin on that fear cycle, to be honest with you, and push things down. And then certainly the weather has something to do with it. We've already seen this slide basically, but this includes all 3 counties in Central Oregon. I should say that almost all of my slides do have a tri-county bent to them, just because that's our constituency with the hospital. So Deschutes County is doing quite well compared to our nearby neighbors. And you can see that there is some real disparity between the counties and their propensity to be vaccinated. This next slide points out in a little bit more detail that, Deschutes County is 80% of the population of this tri-county area, but they comprise 85% of the vaccinations. So they are overrepresenting. Jefferson County, just about exactly where they should be, population-wise. Crook County is struggling the most with they're 10% of the population, but they're only 6% of the vaccinations. So, kind of the impact of our vaccination program. This chart, I'll just take a minute here to describe what's going on. This is the average age in years of an ICU patient in a St. Charles hospital that's COVID positive, that's there for COVID. So in January and February, that average age was, almost 66 years old. But in March and April, that's like 12 years younger. It's, 53 and a half years old. So what this is telling us is, and that is a very, very significant difference if you talk about
Dr. Johnson, I have a question. It's Commissioner Adair. What is the youngest age of a person that has died in the Tri-County? What is the mortality for the Tri-County?
I know we've had somebody pass away in their 40s, but I can't give you many more specifics than that. I do have a slide coming up that'll talk about, actually the next slide. Here's a histogram of the ages in the ICU. And I think one of the most startling things about this is not just the one on the left is January and February, the one on the right is March and April. So we had as many people in the ICU in the last 2 months that are under 55 as we have over 55. And that was certainly not the case before. So that's a stark difference. Changing gears just a little bit, let's look at the positive cases, cumulative positive cases. You can see the steepness of that curve. And you can just, for those that talk about doubling rates, this is kind of how that plays out with the number of positive cases. And again, this is all 3 counties. And the corresponding number of, if you take a look at how many positive cases in a 7-day period, and then you have a moving 7-day period, we are way up there. It's not quite to the point it was, the first week in December, but it's growing fast. A little bit of good news, and this is due to the vaccination program. We are having a huge number of positive cases, but the proportion of those positive cases that end up being hospitalized has been reduced by about 40%. It fluctuates a little bit, but in between 35 and 45% lately, which is great news and really been kind of a savior at this point, or we would be we'd have north of 40, 45 patients in the hospital. It is, however, appearing that there is a little bit of an uptick in the proportion of those hospitalized patients who require the ICU. Thankfully the numbers are small, so that there's a fair amount of variability there, but a little bit of concern there, and this points to the severity of the infections that are ending up in the hospital. Slightly increased severity. So there's several reasons why I don't really think we have seen the worst yet. I borrowed this slide from Dr. Peter Graven. He's a data scientist at OHSU. We have a meeting every week, and he has a set of slides that he goes through. He monitors these very closely, these leading indicators. They come from various sources, but and you don't need to see all the little details, but the general shape of this is saying that things like retail activity, traveling, device exposure, which is how much our mobile phones are moving around, and a composite social distancing index. If you normalize all those so you can put them on the same scale, they're as high as they've been, some of them, for the whole time period of the pandemic. It's good to see them starting to flatten out a little bit, but they need to stay flat for a while or even come down before I would expect the positive cases to correspondingly decrease. Here's another thing of a little bit of concern. All three counties in our Central Oregon area have a positivity rate that's north of what most consider like the threshold around 5%, where you should start to become concerned. Keep in mind that this is a rate, so you have not just the number of positive cases, and that's the numerator, but it's out of how many test cases, or excuse me, how many people are getting tested. And this is not because the denominator is staying small. We're having a lot of tests being conducted, and we still have a high positivity rate. So it's more of a, quote, true indicator, in my opinion.
So Dr. Johnson, what's the mortality rate for Central Oregon then? I know we've lost 73 people in Deschutes County. I know that 8 of those were actually on hospice. I'm just wondering, what is the mortality at this time that you're letting the public know?
Well, I monitor a little bit different mortality rate. So my numerator is how many people have died in our hospital system, and that's currently 78. And those are not counting the ones, like there's 124 in the Tri-County area that have died anywhere, like in long-term care facilities or skilled nursing facility or things like that. But so my numerator is how many people have died in a St. Charles hospital with COVID, and that number is 78. And if you take a look at that, my denominator is all of the hospitalized. So my mortality rate is, of those who have been hospitalized, how many have passed away? And that is surprising, to me, is surprisingly high, that if you go into the hospital, you have a 10.6% chance of passing away from COVID. I don't know the overall mortality rate of the positive cases. I just haven't done the math, but I do monitor very closely that mortality rate of hospitalized. And that, to me, is a scary number. And it doesn't fluctuate that much. It's been pretty constant, anywhere between 10 and 10.5%. It's been as high as 11, but does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, it does.
So my summary comments have been up here for a bit. I won't read them verbatim, but I'll tell you there's two very important messages. One is that the vaccination program is working and is working well. So if you're part of that population, you're helping to bring this to an end, or at least to a more comfortable place. And I think a really important message that needs to get out there is, just because you're young and healthy, you doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to dodge this bullet. You've seen the data that younger people are ending up not just coming up positive, but being admitted to the hospital, and not only being in the hospital, but being in the ICU. Take care of yourself and those around you, and don't just rely on your youth to get you through this pandemic.
Dr.
And then
Johnson?
finally, those three things, the
Dr.
reasons
Johnson,
that I
could you
don't
give-
think we've quite seen it.
Could you give, I don't believe you're a medical doctor, but I'm wondering if people that do get COVID, I've been reading articles talking about the fact that people don't get on the right drugs. We have a vitamin D shortage that seems to be really impactful. If you have certain symptoms, what doctor should you call up? Let's say you have COVID and you don't want to end up at St. Charles. What advice could you give to our public?
I'm hoping Dr. Conway unmutes and answers that for me.
Okay, because I really think it's important. I've read articles that if you have certain symptoms, you should do such and such, and if you have different symptoms, it's really important to personalize it for the taste. But, we've seen that, over 50% of the people that have died of COVID have been obese. Really want people to get out there and exercise, make healthier choices. And definitely don't run in a race with a mask on, or you might set a record and then get a concussion, I guess, is what happened to our local girl. But anyway, I just wonder, Dr. Conway, what kind of a doctor should you call up if you do have COVID and you feel like it might be going somewhere?
Well, first of all, as I mentioned, if you have any of the concerning signs or symptoms that I talked about before, particularly short of breath, and if you've had as a prodrome to that before that, short of breath, if you've had fever and aching symptoms, you should reach out to your primary care physician right away. And if you don't have a primary care physician, if you're actually short of breath and having trouble breathing, you really should go to an urgent care or an emergency room. As far as the type of physician or medical care, I think reaching out rapidly for primary care is the correct way to sort this out, and then the medical practitioner can sort out the triage, whether or not they can manage this themselves or elevate it or refer the person to a higher level of care.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for the great information today. This is a critical time in our COVID journey as a community, as a society. Facts are valuable at this point in time, and everybody working together also.
So did we ever find out how many Deschutes County residents are in the hospital today?
Nahad put that in the chat window.
We don't get a
I believe
chat.
He said there were 17.
Okay, 17 of the 34 are from Deschutes?
Great, thank you for that.
Hey, Commissioner, I thought the latest was 19 out of 32 that I had seen as of this morning, but it's hovering around basically 50%, roughly 50%, or a little bit more than the 50% of the admissions being Deschutes residents, unfortunately, yeah.
Thanks, Nahad.
Good.
Sure.
So they're actually underrepresented in the hospital because they're 80% of the population of our coverage area. So that's a good thing. I think that that's directly related to the vaccination, and some other healthy choices is good.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much
Thank
for
you
this
very
week's
much for your
update.
time.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so take-home message, COVID is raging through the unvaccinated population of the region.
Thanks.
So, how about we just take a 2 or 3 minute break and stand up and stretch, but we'll get right to Holly Harris and a presentation about Stabilization Center update.
Really?
Oh, I just want to stand up at least, yeah. We can.
Oh, I know. Well, you sat up, yes, I know, we need our.
Yeah, I had practice marathon sitting for 5.5 hours a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you very much for standing by, I guess. So item number 14, Deschutes County Stabilization Center update. And Commissioner Dare, you mentioned that you'll be stepping
I'm
out
just going to step out for a few minutes.
at 11:30.
Yeah.
Okay, just in case.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Holly Harris, Program Manager with Behavioral Health. And I'm here per your long-awaited request to update you on some statistics. I appreciate your patience as I asked to wait till we got to the 6-month mark of being 24/7. So it kind of gave me a better data set to review with you all. Do you have this in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, great. But just before I get started, I just want to take a minute to commend my staff. They have done an amazing job. They're some of the hardest working people I've ever met, and they have had an enormous amount of challenges as we navigated opening a new program, a new building, adding 14 additional staff to a team that was fairly close-knit and small, to going 24/7, all in the midst of a pandemic, while we helped people through their mental health crisis while learning how to navigate PPE and sanitation requirements in the midst of some somewhat chaotic situations. So I just think they've done a phenomenal job. These statistics really represent the work that they have done, and I just want to give them kind of all the credit on this. So as I go through these statistics.
Great.
So I want to also thank the data analytics team with behavioral health. They've created a dashboard for me where every week it updates that I can literally click a button and see all of this data along with a lot of other data at my fingertips. And it's been really incredible, and I think going to be extremely valuable as we
kind of have the conversations around, ongoing funding and sustainability of the project with a number of stakeholders. So as you can see, the vast majority of the people we're serving are adults still, and I do believe COVID has played quite a bit of an impact on that. I think we're going to continue to work towards increasing that number, but referrals for children have really been down, across the board. But as kids are getting back into schools, we're hoping that those numbers will go up. I'm definitely doing a lot of outreach to child-serving providers as best I can in the middle of a pandemic virtually, and hope to continue to do that with some public service announcements that we're working on getting out to the community soon.
So we want the numbers up, but really we want the numbers down.
Right. I know.
You're kind of in both situations there.
It's true. I just know that there's still children in crisis.
But if there's people to serve.
Yeah, and I don't want them going to the emergency room to get their crisis met, because we know that the 90-some-odd% of them don't end up needing that level of care.
Yeah.
So 54% are male and 45% are female. And as you can see the city breakdown, I thought that was really just interesting around kind of our Tri-County region and who we're serving. So I was pleased to see that 4% of the people we're serving are from Crook. And Jefferson obviously being further away, it's a little bit more challenging for those folks to get to us, but we have seen a couple. 16% are Redmond and 62% are Bend, 5% Lapine and 2% Sisters. So about 28%, actually, when I looked at this number this morning, like I said, it refreshes weekly. It's actually about 31% of the folks that we're serving now are experiencing homelessness. And I often say that it feels like more, but I think oftentimes those are our most acute individuals, and so we see them repeatedly, which is great. We want them to come to us, not the emergency room. So when we first were talking about developing this project, I was asked to try to project how many people we thought we might serve per day. And I think our estimates at that time were around 10 a day, based on some data we were able to gather. And we're about at 8.7, which I thought was pretty good, coming right out of the gate. And I do think COVID has impacted our volume, although it's yet to be seen. When you open in the middle of the pandemic, you don't have a frame of reference for kind of what we should have seen at this time. So I do expect those numbers to go up over time. It feels pretty busy there most days. We're still averaging 4.7 minutes or less for each law enforcement facilitated drop-off. So we are asking just about 5 questions to law enforcement just to gather some data, and then they are on their way. We try to operate with a no wrong door policy. So if they bring us somebody that maybe should have gone somewhere else, we're just letting them go about their day, and we'll figure it out. We'll get them to where they need to go. But most of the referrals law enforcement is bringing us are very appropriate and fall within our criteria that we expect.
Question, is there there must be like maybe not a police report, but some kind of an incident that somebody's responding to. I'm just thinking, do you start any kind of a case, or do you transfer a case number or an incident number of any?
No, the great thing about the law enforcement facilitated drop officers, they are in lieu of doing all of that. So they are not they're not having a case because they didn't cite them. Oftentimes, I mean, they can cite them sometimes, but most often they're not cited. They are just brought to us in lieu of having them enter the criminal justice system, which is exactly the intent of what we wanted to see. But
I mean, even if somebody's calling 911, there's a date and a time somebody called, just logging the activity is kind of what I was thinking.
Sure, yeah, there'll be an entry into the CAD system just to document the progress of the call, but there's no actual case number that's assigned.
Thank you.
So we've done 1,290 crisis evaluations. So that is the individuals who are either brought to us by law enforcement or walked in who received an initial crisis assessment. And so about 258 of those were brought in by law enforcement, and the rest walked in on their own. 20% of clients are utilizing respite, and I just mentioned that because that's as expected. The vast majority of people who come to us can be seen in a crisis for an hour or two, get some appointments, get some case management, and then really their crisis resolves, and they kind of are transferred onto ongoing mental health treatment with a team or not. And so really only 20% of the people we're serving really need that kind of next level of sitting in the recliners, staying with us for a period of time while we get things worked out on their behalf. And so the 5 recliners is working so far. I know there was concern about that not being enough. We're definitely not there yet where it's not enough. We've also had to restrict our recliners due to COVID. And so we've been able to operate, I think there's only been a handful of times where we've had to either triage based on acuity or kind of have someone else move on so someone else could get in there. So we are seeing a pretty high acuity of folks at the stabilization center, much more acute than I think I originally anticipated, and I do think the pandemic has played a role in that. You know, the state hospital's not accepting a lot of folks. You know, Bethlehem Inn was shut down for a period of time. There was all these factors at play. Brooks Respite was at half capacity. So as you can imagine, with all of those resources becoming limited or unavailable to us, the stabilization center was kind of all there was for a period of time. And so that we've seen about 27% of the people we're serving have a psychotic disorder. And what we're not seeing is some of the lower acuity folks that we used to see back at the Courtney Clinic when we were open there. And I think a lot of those folks have stayed home because of COVID, maybe uncomfortable, reaching out for help. And so I expect as we get through this, that those folks will reach out again. I hope they do, because we definitely want to serve all ranges of situations. We did some projections on cost savings related to our emergency department diversions. We have seen an 8% reduction in emergency department diversions from law enforcement since opening. We are averaging about 30 emergency department diversions a month, and we did some calculations based on some national data around cost per ED emergency department visit for a psychiatric patient, and it's anywhere between $431,000 and $815,000 a year that we are saving in healthcare costs. 20% of the people self-reported that they would have gone to the emergency department had we not been there, but another 32% said they really have no idea where they would have gone. They don't know what they would have done. And so I suspect many of those would have eventually either ended up in the emergency department or come to the attention of law enforcement. But we don't have a great way to track that. 2% of people reported they would have taken their life had we not been there. So that was, that's a stark number for me. I think any percentage is too much in that regard. So the last page is the 24/7 statistics, just kind of a breakdown of since October 19th to April 19th. This is what we saw. We had 881 crisis evaluations during that period of time. And I thought the breakdown of the time of day was interesting. Our swing shift has definitely surprised me at how quickly busy they've become. They're almost as busy as our day shift, which I think is a real testament to our expanded hours. Many of these, 43% of people that we've served would have had nowhere to go but the emergency department since June. So I think that's a pretty impressive number. And then we're seeing about 10% of people are being served between midnight and 6 a.m. And our average length of stay and respite has gone up when we had more limited hours before we were 24/7. Our average length of stay was about 4 hours in respite, and now that we've been open 24/7, that's expanded to 9.5 hours for the average length of stay, which is really great. That's what we want to see. That's 9.5 hours someone who's not in the emergency room. And we're often seeing those people that come in the evening and stay with us until the morning so that when services are available and we can actually get them connected. So that's working as intended. I have lots of other data that I did not include on this, so if you have questions or thoughts about data that you would like to see me collect, I might have it. If not, I can certainly work to get it.
What about the number of youth that you're serving? Do you have anything like that, Holly?
Yes, so that youth, it's 10% of the people we're serving are youth, or 18 and under.
18 and under?
Yes.
Well, it's a point in time, 6 months, first kind of reporting like this. It's a nice format. Obviously, some of the white numbers on the yellow background are hard to see in this printed version, so a little bit of feedback there. But it's really good to understand our numbers, just like we were talking about COVID. Just the facts as we know them, and really running the, how many people are coming and going through there, and how are we stabilizing people's lives. It's really a great fit and timing. I know we wanted to get it open before, as soon as we could or whatever, but it is a functioning operation. And thank you very much for your leadership and the staff, as you mentioned at the beginning here.
How many of the 881 are repeat people?
Yeah, so I don't have of the 881, but of the 1290, we are, there was about 780 some odd that were, actually I have it right here. Of the 1,290 crisis walk-ins and law enforcement drop-offs, 708 of them are unique individuals. So you can see the rest of those are coming back to us time and time again. And we definitely have our repeat customers, which we actually really love. That's totally fine. We'd much rather them come to us time and time again than some of these higher level resources.
Holly, these are really impressive. These are really impressive results, for just 6 months of 24/7 operation and a little bit more for earlier operation. I'm wondering how much some of our other key stakeholders are tracking this data with you.
So I definitely send this data out to a lot of our grant funders, Central Oregon Health Council. They were recently given this information. I share it. I've updated the local Public Safety Coordinating Council, but not with this specific data, but I plan to soon. So I wanted to get it before you guys first, and then I'm happy to share it with anyone and everyone who wants it. I've definitely shared it with some advocacy groups that are interested in the work. So I'll be sure and send it. I'll probably share it at the Acute Care Council, which has our hospital partners and our other county partners in that meeting.
It was amazing because Lizzie yesterday called me from AOC. She was working on the impacts grant funding and finding other funding. And so I go, well, oh my gosh, I have a whole report here and I can tell you exactly what we're doing. So it was perfect timing for that, because looking for future funding, are we going to be able to pull in another almost 600,000 from the Health Council? I don't know. Yeah.
That's great. I'm glad you were able to be used with Lizzie. She's great. She's doing a lot of hard work on the impacts grant.
Yes, that's wonderful. So appreciate hearing from her.
And we'll be doing an annual report in June once we hit the 1 year mark, and we'll be sharing that with you, either via email or another presentation if you wish.
So, some of the entities that are really benefiting from the stabilization center, the hospital, the sheriff's office, the police department, you have been. Some of them have seen this data through like the Public Safety Coordinating Council or through other channels. And do you have any sense of their, some of these institutions that are like the immediate beneficiaries of the stabilization center, do you have a sense of their kind of response or how they're viewing it?
And I haven't heard from anyone that they don't feel like it's going well. They have all been using us. They have been referring people to us. We've done a number of meetings and presentations with different stakeholders around our services. And so everybody's had nothing but positive things to say. And so that's about all that I've gotten around that.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and we've done a lot of work to make sure they understand how to use us and shore up any gaps that may have been identified.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and great set of information, and we have the framework for reporting now, I guess, is what I'm getting to, so that's really good.
Well, and please let me know if there's, intervals you'd like me to present this data to you on a regular basis. I'd be happy to do so. If you'd like me to come quarterly or just come twice a year or whatever would be beneficial.
This isn't really a milestone, but as we get into discussions with some of these partners about future funding models to ensure 24/7 operation, it would be great to have a decent amount of lead time on those discussions to be fully up to speed ourselves, so that we're able to best advocate with these partners for their support and contribution to the effort.
I'd be happy to. That'd be great.
Yeah. And the one other thing I wanted to ask was, when you mentioned commending your staff, I think it would be very appropriate for the board or for the leadership of the county to do something to recognize the staff. And I'd be curious about, and you can share these thoughts later, but or offline, but like what we could do that would sort of honor and demonstrate respect and appreciation for the work that the Crisis Stabilization Center staff have done.
Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that, and I absolutely will touch base with you after, because I think it would be very much appreciated by the staff.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a great day. So 2 more items before lunch. Item number 15, consideration of approval for submitting nesting scholarship grant, Barrett Flesh Hello,
Yes,
welcome.
good morning, commissioners.
Thank you for joining us. So tell us about this grant application.
I will. First of all, I just want to piggyback on what you just saw and thank Holly and her team for all the work. The Deschutes County Stabilization Center has really been helpful for all of our outpatient services as well, and they've done a phenomenal job. So I just want to mention that.
Great.
The nesting grant is really a grant, $10,000 grant request from Postpartum International. And it's a request from our integrated care team in adult outpatient services. We have a perinatal mental health group who works exclusively with moms, particularly around postpartum and issues around depression, anxiety, those kind of things. We are requesting $10,000 as part of their open grant process, and we would like to use the funds to provide support for mothers and children and the infants to provide basic home safety and shelter for women who are struggling with that transition. Often there may be domestic violence or interpersonal violence situation. There may be issues around getting cribs, clothing, diapers, nutrients, things that they need. And so these are really targeting individuals who are really struggling with having basic needs at the time of their pregnancy. And that is in general what the request is for.
Yeah.
They are meted out in scholarships, if you will, of between $1,000 and $2,000. So serving anywhere from 10 to, depending, 10 to 5 to 10 clients. And it's to support them in stability and supporting attachment of infant and parent bonding.
Yep, so it sounds like a little bit of resources for those most in need at this critical time, young childhood development, stabilization. What an opportunity to set somebody up for success, if possible.
Sounds like,
that is the idea.
Yep.
Sounds like a great project.
Motion?
Yes. I move that we approve the submittal of the Nesting Scholarships Grant application for Postpartum Support International Grant Funds.
And I will second it. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. And the next item, last one before lunch.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, item number 16, consideration of application for Measure 110 Harm Reduction Grant. Barrett.
Yes, and I'll be staying on. So this is, Lori is going to join us here in a second, I think. Lori Hubbard is my colleague, and there she is in public health. And I'm going to let her lead the presentation, introduce herself, as this is a joint application between public health and behavioral health. Welcome, Lori.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much for giving us this audience, and I'm really excited to be here in front of you to meet you and to introduce myself. My name is Laurie Hubbard. I'm a public health nurse in the Public Health Department of Deschutes County Health Services. I've been with Deschutes County Health Services for 22 years now, working in the capacities of clinical nurse, communicable disease investigator, including working on COVID cases. And for the last 5 years or so, I've been running the county's harm reduction programs, which include syringe exchange and naloxone distribution. Just a quickie on harm reduction. Harm reduction is a public health strategy that acknowledges people are engaging in high-risk behaviors around substance use and addiction, and attempts to meet them where they're at philosophically, mentally, but also geographically, and help them in their desire to reduce the risks of injury and death from their drug use. So we go out into the field and we provide sterile supplies, take in used supplies, and provide naloxone in partnership with the behavioral health program that supplies to us a peer support recovery specialist who comes along to all of our sites and hands out naloxone, teaches people how to use it, records overdose information in great detail, and then helps people reduce their risk for further overdose, as well as supporting those who identify their need to get into some kind of treatment or recovery support service. So we've enjoyed this partnership for about 2 years now. It's been tremendous. It's a tiny little program with 2 part-time staff, the peer support, an MSW intern, and a couple of AmeriCorps Vista volunteers. We've been out also during the pandemic. Throughout the pandemic, we've been providing direct service face-to-face in the field, wearing PPE up until the point that we were all vaccinated and post 2 weeks, and now we're masked with our population. I too am incredibly proud of my team for the courageous work that they've done out in the field, and we love what we do. So that's my background. Thank you very much. I am here to present an exciting opportunity through Oregon Health Authority to apply for a grant that would sustain this partnership program between behavioral health and public health. The grant money, it totals $8.6 million funneled through the OHA from Measure 110 funding, which, as you may know, comes from marijuana funds. And this $8.6 million is just the initial release of funding, specifically targeting programs and services that interact with people who are actively using drugs in order to try and help support their safety, their direction into treatment and recovery. And there are millions more to come in the next several years, but so this is just the initial release of funding. Our grant request would be for $367,950 to support both the activities of the peer recovery mentor and the harm reduction programs. And specifically, we are asking for this funding so that we can sustain our existing sites in Redmond, Bend, and a new site in La Pine that we opened about a month ago. And also to expand services to a lot of folks that we've identified who live out in encampments and are not able to access our stand-up traditional sites. There's a great deal of need out there, and we try and provide some secondary service, but we would like to be able to try and access them through our own program and also in partnership with other community agencies that go out to the camps. So the sustainability expansion of the program is one ask. We would also like to pilot a hepatitis C testing outreach program using rapid tests to identify the prevalence of hepatitis C in the population. We are quite certain that it has grown quite a bit during the pandemic. We've identified that overdoses for sure have, and there's a high likelihood that so has hepatitis C. So we'd like to gather some data around that and also assist people in identifying whether they have the virus and how to get treatment and help for it. We also would like to continue the activities of the peer support specialist, both within our program, and he also distributes naloxone to community agencies that may be experiencing someone who accesses them and has an overdose. He trains agency personnel in how to use the naloxone. He distributes it to community individuals that may be bystanders and trains them as well. And then we've asked for an amount of funding that would provide for low barrier basic needs, especially for the population living outside: sleeping bags, tents, tarps, gas cards, stoves, things to help them be a little more comfortable and also to assist them in accessing services outside of their campsites. this coalesces nicely with the closure of the warming shelter. And in our program, we've identified that about 80.5% of our exchangers are unstably or completely unhoused. They live, many of them, without even a tent or car over their heads. About 25% of our exchangers have nothing between them and the elements. So these basic need supplies would be incredibly helpful. So specifically, we are going to ask for a direct service provider that would come along, help staff the exchanges, and provide hepatitis C testing at every single exchange location that we offer. Provide for hepatitis C test kits. These are rapid kits that yield a result in 20 minutes after a finger poke, and then can also provide education and referrals to care. We're asking for money to fund the naloxone that our peer distributes to the exchanges and throughout the community. We are asking for a vehicle because currently we load large boxes and tubs of supplies and unload them about 12 times a week into county station wagons, and we have outgrown that vehicle. We really need something along the lines of a cargo van that can transport staff, 4 to 5 of us, to our stand-up locations and out to the camps, and also store our supplies so we can just leave a large quantity of what we use inside the van. And then again, we're asking for the funding to provide basic needs items such as sleeping bags, tent stoves, transportation access through gas cards, etc. We do have some long-term goals that hepatitis C data is going to be used to help determine whether we can include in our harm reduction efforts a testing and treatment outreach program to meet people where they're at with their hepatitis C and get it cured, because there is a cure. We only have about 2% of our population identified with hepatitis C that has been treated for it, and so we're really dealing with folks who don't access traditional medical services. Our model in the program is to partner up with Mosaic's medical van and also be at sites where wraparound services occur, like meal distribution, the shower truck, social work services, anything that might gather around Jericho Table or the Ben Church downtown. We like to be part of that wraparound effort so that people don't have to access their help and services all around town. So long-term goals with that, and also to increase the work of the peer support specialist in supporting folks through recovery and treatment. And I can't emphasize enough what an amazing addition he's been to our team. We have a lot of people who identify every week that they want to be done with what they're doing and that they need help accessing meetings or treatment, both inpatient or outpatient, or medication-assisted treatment. And having that available and not having one of us be pulled away from our work in the exchange has just been amazing. There's no cost whatsoever to the county or to Deschutes County Health Services. The entire cost of all of this is built into the grant request. We meet 2 of the eligibility programs, which are harm reduction and peer support services. And so we have our fingers crossed that if you approve us applying, that we may have a good chance of getting this grant. Happy to answer any questions, as I think is Barrett. And thank you for listening.
Great, thank you. Great presentation. Any thoughts?
I think you answered all my questions along the way. So, very thorough presentation. I did want to say that I'm really excited to see Measure 110 translate into these kinds of grant opportunities. I know that that there was a lot of controversy around that ballot measure, during the last election, but these opportunities to provide treatment and care for people who are having substance abuse challenges, and to put the resources there to make that work happen, I think is a very exciting thing, and I'm glad that we are going to, we have an opportunity to apply for some of those resources and to put those dollars to work on the grant. I also know that to connect these resources back to what I believe is the fund source. We've had frustration at the county over marijuana tax revenue in the last year and a half. So this grant opportunity in some ways presents an opportunity for us to get some of our to get some of the tax revenue that we had hoped to receive from marijuana sales back into our community. So that would be an additional bonus of getting one of these grants.
Absolutely. Thanks for those comments, Commissioner Chang. And I do have to note that 42% of our exchangers have identified that they've been in jail or prison within the last 12 months. So we have the target audience. We know from talking with them that they cycle in and out of the criminal justice system without a lot of intervention. And so our hope through this grant and the goal of Measure 110 is really to redirect services that are helpful and support recovery for this particular population.
It's great to understand. Thank you.
So thank you for you and everybody doing this work. A couple thoughts, though, and I'm sure you've seen it directly. You mentioned providing sleeping bags, tarps, and cook stove possibly. Is there any way that, or what does it look like when you need to close the loop? As in, here's a sleeping bag because you're uncomfortable and it's going to be cold tonight, and then all of a sudden that sleeping bag is just in the woods. There's a lot of supplies. There's a lot of community cleanup efforts happening for the supplies that get left in the woods or wherever. What does it look like from your point of view? As in, could there be a line item in here that says we're going to invest in community cleanup efforts for stuff that gets stranded and left behind?
That is a great question, Commissioner. And in our program, we take in used supplies in the tens of thousands a year, and we do that at our sites. But we also have drop boxes throughout the Deschutes County region, and we provide people in the exchanges with different sizes of sharps containers. I also provide lock boxes and larger sharps containers for nonprofit agencies that may find syringes and other things left behind. The cleanup out at campsites is something we would definitely be interested in helping with. I have volunteered large sharps container, 17, 18-gallon tubs in the past, and that's part of the goal of the program, and it's part of harm reduction for the community, is to try to reduce the risk of used supplies, needle sticks to first responders, that sort of thing. So I think it's something we already do incorporate, and as we access the camps, we would certainly figure out a way to help facilitate that.
And I'm thinking even a line item for, the trash, line item for trash removal. I don't want to put too much guidance on this, but, because we're seeing the dumpster out on Hunnell Road, and I'm sure the city's probably paying for that. We're having community cleanups out, at different places. There's areas that have, just been overrun, and then some people just move on after a bunch of supplies get put in one place. And so there's costs and needs in the community for this. And as I say, this is just a byproduct of the activities. Also homelessness, it's great to support people where they're at. Hopefully, and I do advocate for the efforts, the support of finding, let's not just make this the culture of, for the next 100 years, we're always just going to get out there to these places where people are setting up on public lands. It's a conflict. And, I'm trying not even to touch a button by talking about it, but we've have protests for ODOT trying to clean up a right-of-way for people that are living out there, and it's just an awkward moment in time. But these efforts, there's resources here that could be, aiming to provide direction to this. So I know that's laying a lot on you, and you're talking about the sharps, and I'm referring to, there ends up a mountain of
I
trash
just wanted
at
to
these
speak
locations.
to
Please.
our homeless outreach coordinator in behavioral health, Colleen Thomas and her team. And, they coordinate with those community efforts. And certainly your point is well taken that there could be some cleanup costs built into the grant application. The grant application has not been finalized. We could have a piece in there around supporting that effort. And I think it's trying to meet people where they're at, but there's also the sustainability issue, which I hear you speaking about, Commissioner DeBone, and how do we support people long term? And that's part of the Homeless Coalition networks efforts and outreach efforts, and we'll continue to work with them through behavioral health.
Yeah, it's just it can be costly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a way to do that, just a simple line item. I mean, Colleen would absolutely know what the needs are, and we previously just paid for vehicle disposal just out of the general fund in partnership with the Forest Service and the Sheriff's Office coordinating. So there's just some cash costs there too. So.
Yeah, I'd be happy to reach out to Colleen and get some ideas about that.
Thank you very much.
And we're very accustomed to partnering with Colleen and her initiatives, and also some of the other agencies like HOVO and Reach Out Central Oregon that go into the camps. So definitely that's always been part of our philosophy and strategy.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of
community. Gone out there ourselves in this program yet.
There's a lot of community support, and people really want to help. But as I say, sometimes it's kind of a one-way path of, well, here's next set of clothing, toiletries, supplies, tent, sleeping bag. But it's kind of a one-way process sometimes. We need to close that loop about stuff that gets left. Just an idea, maybe an opportunity. Okay, well, good discussion. So this is Measure 110. As I say, this. Is a big picture item. People have voted on this around the state, and now these dollars this is the first evidence of seeing the dollars come back. So,
yeah, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, please. Let's just finish it up because
So I move that we approve application for Measure 110 Harm Reduction Grant to support the project that has been described to us today by Lori and Barrett.
Great, and I will second it. So Commissioner Dare just joined us. We did have a discussion on it. I don't. Would you want?
Did anybody ask about why we're buying another vehicle?
So Commissioner Dare stepped out during this discussion previously, and she just came back in. So
no, I had circled that. I just wondered. I see our parking lot; it's got lots of cars in it, and I'm wondering why did we need to buy another vehicle? Isn't there a schedule of vehicles that are just sitting there?
But I would love to address that, Commissioner Adair. Nice to meet you. My name is Laurie Hubbard, and I deliver the harm reduction programs for health services. We are currently loading and unloading 12 times a week into county outbacks for a program with supplies that have outgrown the size of that car. I've made inquiries about accessing a larger vehicle. It does not seem like there's availability that would meet our need, which is specifically for a cargo vehicle that seats 4 to 5 people that can deliver us to our sites, store a good deal of our supplies, and take us to do outreach in the encampments. So that's the reason for the vehicle request. I don't need anything fancy. It can even be a used vehicle in really good shape. But I need something bigger.
The Subaru Outbacks are not big enough to take the supplies and the number of staff who are going out on a regular basis throughout the week.
So as I say, we are in the middle of a motion, and
Okay.
if you'd like to join us, you can. I mean, if you feel like you've informed enough. We did have a little bit of discussion before this. And it's been moved and seconded. So at this time, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Commissioner Dare, if you'd like to vote or not, as I say.
No, I'll support it. I just thought getting a new vehicle, because it says one outreach, it doesn't say one used, it says one outreach for 50,000, that I'd rather see the money go to the programs than Deschutes County buying another car that I see a parking lot full. So anyway, I'll support it with that consideration. Like,
Okay, well, good discussion. I'm glad you were able to get your question in. And then chair votes yes also. So thank you very much. Good to see you, and thanks for your efforts.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And nice to meet you.
And Lori, thank you very much for your work through and as part of the pandemic response as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. I'll pass that on to my staff.
Okay. So at this time, we'll take a recess for lunch to be reconvening at 1 o'clock. Welcome back to Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. This is Wednesday, April 28th afternoon session. Item number 17, consideration of board signature of order further extending the declared state of emergency. Amy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amy Heverly, Assistant Legal Counsel here. We have the order further extending the declared state of emergency for Deschutes County. These are the orders we've had renewed a few times so far during COVID, and the declaring state of emergency allows there to be some modifications in contracting requirements for emergency services that we haven't really used those provisions all that often, and also will be important for getting FEMA dollars. The governor's current state of emergency goes through May 7th, but we anticipate that that will be extended further before that date as well.
she's already extended it 60 days.
Oh. I'm sorry.
There you go.
I saw that on I think a Monday email.
Well, so we can, yeah, with that new information, I mean, would you think that we would update this whereas you?
Yeah, we could update that.
Appropriate, yeah, that's
New
fine. Just check what it is.
Date.
And then this is proposed for 30 days at this time? Guess I didn't see that part.
The last few have been 30 days, so this one is 30 days. We could certainly also change it to 60
Yeah.
days or any other time period.
I think 30 days is enough to handle.
Yeah, I support 30 at this time, so definitely bringing it back.
I'm pretty certain that we'll be back in 30 days. But so, I mean, for administrative efficiency, we could do 60, but I'm fine with 30 as well.
So is there a motion?
Yes, I move we board signature for order number 2021-013, further extending the declared state of emergency for 30 days.
I second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much. That is the business of being in an emergency also.
And since we had our largest weekly case count of the entire pandemic last week, I do believe we are in, we're still in the midst of a crisis.
At this time, item number 18, consideration of signature for approval of amendments to service agreement for yard debris and wood waste management services. Tim Shimke. Hello.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi. For the record, Tim Shimke, Director of the Department of Solid Waste. In front of you today with a contract extension or renewal, if you will. We collect yard debris at all of our transfer stations, Northwest, Southwest, and Negus Transfer Station. At the Negus Transfer Station, we also collect what we call urban wood waste, so dimensional lumber, plywood, and things like that. Those are all managed through a contract. Contractor mobilizes to the site, processes the material, grinds it, and then the yard debris that he grinds gets transported to Knott landfill, where we use it for a daily cover. The wood waste gets marketed elsewhere. We usually do a 1-year contract with options for annual renewals, 2 or 3 of those upon mutual agreement of both parties. Last year was a bid year. As was typical, we get 2 bids. 2 companies tend to be around here doing these services. Bar 7A was the lowest bidder last year. We asked them for a quote to renew. They gave us one. Most of their pricing remains the same with the exception of transportation, which is a significant increase, which is pretty typical for what we're seeing these days. I would point out that even with their higher transportation prices, they're still significantly lower than the competing bid that was given to us last year. This is, a total of about $459,000. This is getting pretty darn expensive to do this. We're recommending approval of this contract renewal, but we are looking at alternatives. And one of the things that looks like it might be promising is a device called an air curtain destructor. It's basically incineration, but it generates a very high level of heat with very little, if any, smoke produced from it. And again, if we could move that portable machine from site to site and process the material using that machine, we can avoid a lot of transportation costs. And in the first year here, it looks like we're just pulling numbers together. It looks like the cost is going to be fairly equitable to what we're paying now to a contractor for services. But in future years, the machine will pay for itself many times over. So we'll see how that pencils out. We've had some initial conversation with DEQ, wondering if they were going to have an issue with an incinerating type approach. They do not. We will have to get a air quality permit from them for the machine. And so we're looking and exploring options. Any questions?
So this is the chipping and transport contract for fire-free days, correct?
Well, yes. Whatever we collect during the normal course of doing business at the transfer stations, but the vast majority of this is fire-free materials that come in during those events.
And there's some revenue throughout the year when we don't open up the doors for fire-free.
That's correct.
And that offsets the cost a little bit, yeah.
A little bit, but it certainly isn't offsetting all those costs.
Well, looking at how our weather's been, how our moisture is, the more we can clean up for our county, the better it is. So, it might be, as I remember when I asked to expand fire-free, everyone said, well, what's it going to cost? And I go, well, what's it going to cost if we have a really bad fire in Deschutes County? So I feel like, the county spending $500,000 to encourage everyone else to do their part, I think it's a lot of money, but I think it's well worth. But what is the machine cost that you're talking about that we could actually purchase, Tim, that could do this?
I think it's about $250,000 to $270,000. But we will need a piece of heavy equipment to feed the machine. So the total cost, that's at least 1 FTE. 2 pieces of equipment, the burner and the device to feed it. Transportation from site to site. I don't think that's going to be a big part of the cost. But we're taking a big look at the entire operation if we decide to move in that direction.
So do we have to get a special permit from DEQ?
Pardon?
Do we have to have a special permit from DEQ to burn, or is it burning so clean that that's not a problem?
So even though it'll burn very clean and there'll be no particulate matter, smoke, but you are releasing other gases and things into the air with that. So yeah, it will require an air quality permit.
Tim, when you were also talking about an urban wood waste stream, and I was wondering how that intersects with some of the discussions we've had about construction, demolition, recycling. So, I mean, as we get those efforts really up and running, will it actually result in less material having to be ground up and transported under this contract, or are they separate streams of material?
They're separate streams. We would not be treating that urban wood waste through this incinerator because there is value in that material. So it's successfully marketed, and whatever efforts we bring to bear on construction and demolition materials, that will yield a lot more of that wood waste. We are counting on the fact that it's still a valuable material for either making plywood or burned as a hog fuel in industries, and so it doesn't impact our proposed efforts to increase demolition and construction recycling.
Sorry, I should have. Let me ask a little bit differently. So our contract with Bar 7A, they're grinding and hauling material for us. The air curtain machine, kind of in the future, that's another thing. But just do our demolition and construction site recycling efforts affect at all the amount of material that Bar 7A is processing for us?
Yes.
Okay.
The vast majority of material generated through that recycling will happen here in Bend, and that wood waste material then will just go over to the wood waste that we're encouraging people to separate out themselves. Okay. We do collect wood waste in Redmond, and I'm not sure. When we think about recycling, construction, and demolition material, we're talking about a fairly sophisticated piece of equipment, sort lines, screens, things like that to separate out what you're looking there. I mean, I think that's probably in the picture in Redmond at some point in the future, but probably not for some time. We need to get up and running and make sure that we've got it down and it's successful in Bend before we take it on the road. So
right. But
we'll continue to accept what we encourage people to separate themselves and bring to us separately. That'll continue to happen in Redmond.
But if the more aggressively we pursue those construction and demolition recycling efforts, the sooner we have the opportunity to basically do a little bit of cost containment on this grinding and hauling contract.
Yes. Okay. That's very true. At this point, the vast majority of the material is yard debris and not the urban wood waste. But you're right. You're correct in that analysis.
Okay. It's helpful to understand. Thank you.
Well, I'm real supportive of making sure this company has the resources they need, get the job done. Fire Free is very much a part of our spring cleanup right now, and I want to advertise that to the world. So bring as much as you can, and we'll take care of it. And it does cost money, though, and let's acknowledge that. This is the solid waste budget. This is a cost to the system, our enterprise fund. So we're basically all paying just a little bit by paying for waste service also in the end. But this is a good investment, and it's time to make sure it's in place.
We absolutely need everyone doing their part to create defensible space around their homes, and yeah, this is a very worthwhile thing for the county to be supporting.
And just a reminder, Fire Free begins this Sunday at Not Landfill through the 16th of May. And then we're at the transfer stations the following 2 weeks after that.
Thanks for that reminder, Tim.
It doesn't start till Sunday?
Sunday at Not Landfill,
Okay.
Day 1.
Can I?
First was on Saturday.
Can I ask one question about kind of the finances around Fire Free? So, we're encouraging, inviting people to bring us the products of their defensible space efforts, and if they came during a non-Fire Free week, we would charge them a tipping fee. Now, how do we pay for, where are we paying for Fire Free out of? Are other franchise fees and tipping fees essentially covering the cost of the Fire Free events, or are we paying for that in some other way?
So just the general tip fee revenue we generate from all waste coming into the site is what pays for that free disposal, if you will, for Fire Free.
It's actually, Saturday is May 1st.
You're right. I just realized that.
That's okay. Whitney's trying to tell me too. I'm like, there's only 30 days in April. So anyway, the good news is it's Saturday, Tim.
Commissioner Adair knows her numbers.
Well, it's one of those important days to know. So do we need a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I move, again, chair's signature of document number 2021-221, approval of amendment to services agreement with Bar 7A Companies for yard debris and wood waste management services.
A second.
And so I'll acknowledge we've seen this go from 200-something thousand to 300-something thousand. Now it's to 400,000. I mean, just in the last few years, 3 to 5. But we've seen these numbers go up a lot, and the volume's going up too. I'm sure these guys, they're bringing in the big tub grinders and really just grinding anything and everything out there. So,
and if the benefits of Fire Free are really for property owners whose homes aren't going to burn down, and for the property owners next door to them whose homes won't be caught on fire by their neighbor, I guess at a certain point I think we do need to ask, are tipping fees the right way to pay for this service? And I'm fully supportive of paying for this service, but is there some other place or some other way that we should be funding this important fire prevention work?
Yeah, for good discussion. Not a problem. So calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. And that could be part of a budget week discussion too. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Thank you, Tim.
Item number 19, review and consideration for conditional use permit for private campground. Cynthia Smith is on here. There we go. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, commissioners.
Hi, Cynthia.
Hello. So on March, for the record, Cynthia Smith with the County Planning Division. On March 24th, we had deliberations on an appeal and modification for a private campground just north of Bend on the address, pardon me, I don't have it memorized, 64061 North Highway 97. And before you is a draft decision, but staff has some subsequent clarifications that need to come from the board before we can go forward with a final decision. I can definitely run through these point by point, but wanted to open it to the board to see how they want to proceed.
I'll just acknowledge, it was quite a session when we got through all the items in this. It was good to see that we all, kind of started to see it the same is what I'm remembering, making sure we're on the same page. And thank you very much to staff for putting in the words. There's an art to coming up with the conversation and the rules and then putting it down in a few sentences and paragraphs. So thank you very much for everybody that's doing that. That'd be my opening thoughts on this.
So I had a chance to look at kind of the substantive items that still need a little further fleshing out or clarification. I think going through one by one would be a appropriate way for us to tackle this.
Sure.
Yes, I'd agree, one by one. Makes a lot of sense. I know, it's like, if we say you can only have 4 at a trailer or a yurt, I mean, is this crazy? What if somebody comes with 5 kids, I'm like, oh, this could get very complicated.
Well, and then who calls who to complain and who enforces? So there's always those situations.
Who's the big brother who's watching?
But what do you need clarification on?
Okay, so I'll go through the list, but first I want to point out a couple things. You had indicated Commissioner Adair is very good with her numbers. She did note to me.
Well, it's confusing.
Packet page 63, we have 2 dates that need to be corrected. Packet page 63, and it's the bullet right in the middle of the page. There's dates that are bulleted. April 21st, 2001 should actually be changed to April 28th. Our intention was to come to you last week, but we did not. So that needs to be changed, as well as the following paragraph has a reference to April 21st. That will also need to be changed to April 28th to follow through with this date that we have this meeting. And then also just a really minor detail, the hearings officer's decision is attachment A to this decision, and it includes the mailing list. I don't know if it really is necessary to be recorded with the mailing list. I will remove that as just a minor thing that doesn't really need to be in there unless the board thinks otherwise. And with that said, I will start with number 1. My memo refers to pages that are the board's decision pages, but of course the way the packet prints out, it has packet pages kind of over my page number, so I will help you find those pages as we work through this. So the first item is code enforcement and land use. It is on packet page 65. For the most part, these are going to go in order through the decision with an exception of number 2. I also want to point out that the prevailing party in this case, the applicant's attorney wrote the draft decision, and then staff did some minor tweaks here and there. And those things that are highlighted are those things that most of the things that the applicant's attorney had put into this decision, and we just wanted clarification on some of these. And then there's a few that staff put in, so I'll point those out as we go. So on packet page 65 is the code enforcement and land use section. At the board deliberations, we did not talk about this at all. But correctly stated here is that Kramer Farms did raise an assortment of arguments regarding the subject property and how they may not be compliant with certain land use regulations. And so staff is seeking clarification on the 2 issues that are presented here, one including the utility shed that needs to be relocated. We did address that in other parts of this decision, so I don't see a problem with that being included. And then the other one we need clarification on is the RV trailer, or our recreational trailer and RV use discussion in paragraph number 2. So from the board, you have an option to keep this finding, modify it, or eliminate the whole thing. Like I said, we did not discuss this section of code in our deliberations, but I can see how it could tie in with other sections in this decision. So I will put it back on you for discussion.
So I could conclude that it's extraneous. It's referring to something in the past that's not a code enforcement case currently. I mean, I read that little bit, and I didn't think that this would be a topic, but yeah, I mean, I could see, this is the second or yellow highlighted paragraph.
What I will say is if the board decides to keep this finding or modify it, I, as staff, issue a bit of a concern about paragraph 2. It could be detrimental in how you make this finding to how staff interprets county code. So in other words, it could be precedent setting if paragraph 2 was kept in there referring to RV use on a property when a single family dwelling is existing on the property.
Yep. Well, and I mean, that was the context I would read it into, because so having a stay talks about not less than 30 days gives it kind of a implicit approval of, well, there's in your documents, it talks about less than 30 days, and I've been here less than 30 days, so don't bother me. Interesting. Referring to anywhere else in the county.
Right.
Yeah. So the decision you make on paragraph 2 will have a ripple effect across the county. It is this interpretation is different than how staff interprets it. This was put in by the applicant's attorney. Staff did not change any of this particular finding, so we just brought it to you to get your thoughts on it and whether we keep it, modify it, or delete it.
If that second paragraph has the potential to create a precedent on something that is sort of peripheral or tangential to the main issue of this land use hearing, then I'm open to the idea, or I think I'm supportive of the idea of removing that second paragraph.
Is that the safest thing to do then, Cynthia, to remove it so we don't establish a precedent? I mean, Adam, what's your...
Sorry, yeah, Adam's just showed up. I was going to say it reads fine, and probably ties in well with the rest of the decision if that paragraph 2 is removed, but Adam might have more to speak on that.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. It seems to me that there are some unnecessary findings in that paragraph, but the key sentence, at least for purposes of this case, is the last sentence in that paragraph that begins, in any event, the residential trailer at issue is not presently located on the property and thus cannot be the basis for a violation. So if you're concerned about setting precedent on the number of days somebody can stay in a trailer, then of course the rest of that paragraph could be deleted, but that last sentence you may want to consider keeping, as that's kind of the key issue that, right, the board would be stating if there was a violation, it's since been cured and we're proceeding, is kind of the idea.
So it acknowledges the allegation and it acknowledges that it's not there anymore. Yeah, so by default it's cured. I can support that too, because then that acknowledges the allegation.
I like that.
Yeah.
Seems to work both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's, in the first paragraph, there's an extra word, or there's a word missing that makes the last sentence not quite read right. You know, blah, 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 blah. Any applicable approval criteria for the proposed campground as it designed in muted earth tones and sufficient screening. So either I'm not quite sure, you know, I don't know exactly what the intent of the writer is, but either that it doesn't belong there or there needs to be a couple of more words in there somewhere.
We can rewrite that to have it read a little smoother.
As it is designed and is provided, it seems like.
Or as designed?
Yeah, something.
In median earth
It's
tone?
missing a word.
Could go either way, yeah.
Okay. We can make those adjustments. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, no, the same thing. And if we delete all of the second paragraph except for the last sentence, then we'll need to do some minor wordsmithing with that last sentence. The introductory phase in any event won't really make much sense if the rest of the paragraph is deleted. So we could certainly do some wordsmithing on that last sentence of the first paragraph and the last sentence in the second paragraph. So it reads appropriately.
So thank you for pointing out the fact that part of that should stay to acknowledge the alleged violation and the cure. But it sounds like there is support for taking out the content of what the definition of short-term and long-term is, and wordsmithing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, duly noted. We will move on to the next one. I don't want to keep you too long, but I know some of these are going to take a little bit more time to think about. Number 2, this is not in perfect order for the second one, starting on packet page 69 under non-conforming lot sizes. So Kramer Farms has argued that the proposal must be denied because it's less than the minimum lot size. And as noted in my staff memo, that their argument references the board's decision that you are in the process of making as well under Three Sisters Irrigation District, the hydroelectric project. The applicant put this finding in. It goes from packet page 69 to 70. Staff needs clarification on whether to keep this finding. We did not discuss this in the deliberations, possibly an error, so our apologies. But what we can do here is we could keep the finding. We could, another option is to kind of mirror or use a similar finding that you are using with Three Sisters Irrigation District decision that you'll be talking about here right after my issue on the agenda with Tarek Rawlings. And the other option is you can, of course, remove the whole finding. So to the board, looking for clarification on this one.
So, yeah, we may have to work. So it uses substandard lot, substandard parcel in the second paragraph. No, I guess I have to make sure I'm getting clear about what I'm thinking here.
So Cynthia, were you added that actually when you add accrue the property from the abutting street and the center line of Highway 97, is that unusual behavior in order to put this lot over 10 acres? Your clarification.
You want my clarification?
Well, no, I mean, you were like clarifying how it honestly could be considered over, and yes, you go out to the middle of the road and you bring it back in and you're going to clearly be over 10 acres.
Well, clarification on how we want to address this finding. The applicant's attorney brought it in. It was an argument below at the before the board. We just didn't deliberate on it, and this is the applicant's proposed finding for the board. But I know you're also involved with the Three Sisters Irrigation District regarding this exact same issue raised there, that because a property is below the minimum lot size, they should not be allowed to do what they are doing except for a single family dwelling. The board will be making a finding on Three Sisters Irrigation District that doesn't agree with that argument, and that just because they're below the minimum lot size, they still can do what they are proposing to do. And so staff is asking clarification on how we should address this. And one option is to do a similar finding to what Three Sisters Irrigation District has. And I think I have their finding in front of me.
Cynthia,
we could.
I actually had to recuse myself for that one because it's my next door neighbor. So yes, I'm not really aware that there was less than 10 acres there, that they were part of the issue.
And I think it's a little bit different because in the Three Sisters situation, it's essentially like there's several pieces that have different zoning, and the argument is, well, the piece that has the floodplain zoning, or I'm not remembering the exact details, but the piece that has this zoning is not big enough, but the overall property is quite large, and so I wouldn't be inclined to use the same kind of logic for this campground proposal as we used in the Three Sisters decision, but because basically you could sort of say, well, this slice of the overall property where this project is going to happen is only a teeny bit shy of the conforming lot size, or the conforming. I believe that's the right terminology, but because it's surrounded by other land holdings of the project proponent, it sort of adds up to a very large piece of land where you're wanting to do this project. But the campground proposal we're looking at it's not the same. It's not the same situation. It's just one piece of land that has one type of zoning on it. And in this case, if it is a standard practice to measure from the center line of the highway, of the road, adjacent, that provides access to the property, then and that puts this property at a parcel size that exceeds the minimum required, then I think that's a fine way to approach this.
So a little bit, I see it very differently. This is land use and the zoning put in place, since the 80s and whenever it was put in place. So this was parcelized before the zoning as it is now. So we have, and then I still struggle. Do we call it substandard, or is this terminology that's just popped up from the applicant's attorney? So I don't know that substandard is correct here, as in we've got rural residential 10 all over the place, and there's 1 acre lots by the thousands. So it was the zoning minimum from the logic of zoning applied to existing parcels. So obviously there's going to be some that are smaller than, because the rules weren't in place when the land was parcelized. So then you go down the conditional use process. Conditional uses, you can have a campground on an MUA 10. I think, is that the zoning we're talking about here? But yes. So does it, this wouldn't be a hard stop because it's 9.5 acres and it's just less than 10. That's just a byproduct of the zoning applied after, back in the day. So the logic is different for me from my learning process, and I'm surprised that we're discussing this at this level. There must have been used as an argument in the past in other land use issues. Looks like Peter Kotowski has something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's Peter Kotowski, Planning Manager. If you look on your packet on page 69, there's a provision under our exceptions code 18.1.20.020 where the board can affirm the provisions of that code that acknowledge that although this parcel that acknowledges parcels that are smaller than the minimum area can still accommodate a use that's allowed in that zone subject to certain circumstances, that it's a lot of record, that there's a demonstration that the use conforms to all of the requirements of that zone. This isn't a residential use, so we don't have to go to C3, and that all necessary permits can be obtained. And so I offer this section of code, which dovetails back to what the chair's comments were just recently in terms of how the county allows development today in so many areas of our county where we have lots or parcels that are below the minimum parcel size, but nonetheless, if they're lawful establishments units of land through the lot of record process, uses allowed in that zone can occur. So I think, if I may, one way of approaching Cindy's clarity is to acknowledge that this provision of our code applies and therefore validates that this proposal, although again it's below the minimum parcel size, can accommodate the use if it's demonstrated through this decision ultimately that the use conforms to all of the requirements. So I think that's an important section of code just to revisit, and if you agree, to state on the record, which will be consistent with, I believe, the draft decision.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing us back to those words, because, I mean, that's the logic that I'm thinking I'm following too. So it basically, it's already in code that the logic of saying that something's less than that zoning minimum, there's history because of the land use system, but it doesn't preclude the development.
And in this case, if the code reads 10 acres and this is what is it, Cynthia? 9 point.
Just under 10, 9 something. I can't remember exactly.
I mean,
less than 10.
if there's a place where I think it's appropriate for the board to provide an exception, it's a situation where the lot size is just a teeny little bit smaller than the code specified minimum. It's
9.53, so it's almost half an acre smaller.
Well, and I would, from my experience, I mean, there's no way you're going to get through land use to say, oh, I'm just about there. I mean, because this is land use, and it will be litigated to the end of time if there's a determined opponent. So there's no way for us as a body to, oh, you're close enough. Yeah.
I mean, if they were bringing us this proposal and they only own 5 acres, but they could meet all those other kind of criteria, I would be concerned. I would be concerned about saying, yeah, you can do that on 5 acres, even though our code says, it has to be 10.
But our code doesn't say it has to be 10. It says if it's less than the minimum area, it needs to fit all other criteria. So there is no hard stop there. There's nothing. It's not associated with the size of the parcel.
Okay.
And I don't. We're not too far off.
But it puts out that number 10, so that you look at it. I mean, because if it's more than 10, it would still have to meet those criteria, correct? But
I'm thinking 18-120-020, non-conforming lot size, is smaller than minimum area required by a zone. There's no 10 in there.
The 10 is the minimum lot size for any new parcels created in that zone.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's the MUA 10 zone.
Yep.
So the non-conforming lot size, it kind of addresses the whole code in all zones. So regardless of what your minimum lot size is set for new lots in that zone, whether it's 10 acres or more, this provision allows you to do things that if you had less than the 10 acres, you can have a house, you can apply for a campground, you can do other things that are allowed under the code conditionally or outright, as long as you're meeting all the applicable codes that are.
Yeah, so probably more of a function of driveway space, setbacks, and septic capacity, and if you can fit all that, it'd work too. because you couldn't fit as large of a campground on 5 acres.
Okay, I think I'm following.
I'm just, the logic of it, yeah.
Commissioners, if I may.
Sure.
I hope I don't confuse it. I'll try and simplify it. So the applicant has proposed 2 alternative findings. The first finding, which I think was very consistent with Commissioner Chang's earlier comments, was, hey, we're not a substandard lot. If you count the Highway 97 acreage, we have more than 10 acres. So that's the proposed primary finding, that it's not a substandard lot. The second alternative finding fixates on, or very much focuses on 18-120-020C3, which is a particular provision that states if there is an area deficiency, residential uses shall be limited to a single dwelling unit only. And as I recall, I think the parties were arguing about, does that provision mean that if there is an area deficiency, then you could only ever build a single dwelling unit, or are residential uses limited to a single dwelling unit? And the applicant's proposed finding is proffering interpretation that would be issued by the board that says if you are proposing a residential use, you are limited to a single family dwelling unit, but that provision doesn't apply at all to this particular project because it is in essence a commercial use. So first finding, we're more than 10 acres. Second finding notes that C1, 2, and 4 are easily met and provides an interpretation of C3, clarifying the context and when that particular requirement comes into play. Does that help?
And then we have a third option, which is to do a finding similar to the ones that are in the Three Sisters Irrigation District record.
Yes, so Three Sisters Irrigation District had another overarching issue about whether or not minimum lot sizes apply to permit applications themselves, or if the minimum lot sizes are more directly applicable when you are subdividing or partitioning property. I don't recall, and I'll turn to Cynthia, but I don't recall the parties in this case arguing about the broader strokes of when the minimum lot sizes apply. Instead, they fixated on this exception clause and how this 18-120-020 applies to the particular case. Is that a accurate statement, Cynthia?
Yeah, that seems
so
to
the
go with my note.
TSID issue is more complicated. A similar issue in this case wasn't argued in the same way by the parties, if that makes sense. I don't think the findings as drafted here would be inconsistent with staff's proffered decision in the TSID case, if there's any worry there.
So the terminology substandard lot, have we used that before? Is that a land use term that's standard at all?
Yeah, I can't recall where it is in the code, but it is a term that we use for properties that are less than a minimum lot size. So substandard's a common term.
No, because
the term of art would be a non-conforming lot.
Non-conforming.
Yeah, that would probably be a better way to refer to it.
But there are in non-land use circles, calling somebody's use or lot non-conforming also can be viewed sometimes as derogatory. It's never meant to be derogatory.
Well, and that's
the term of art for that provision. I think part of the issue here is substandard has a connotation of negativity, like a value judgment perhaps associated with it as well.
That's exactly my point. That I didn't make it clear, but that was my concept. I mean, nobody did anything wrong here.
No, I understand.
Yeah. So it may be interesting to rewrite that a little bit and say, acknowledging the fact that parcel zoned this in the history of land use is acceptable, and this whole non-conforming lot size subsection defines what's acceptable. So, I mean, we all came to the same conclusion. It's just how we're going to word it.
Write a different finding.
We can absolutely at least explain substandard for purposes of this provision does not imply any negative associations, or we maybe could come up with something better than substandard and just refer to a lot that does not meet the minimum lot size that would be applicable for a new subdivision or partition, nevertheless can still be developed pursuant to 18-120-020 and stay away from the term and in its entirety.
Yeah, so I'd support that. You know, it doesn't need to be negative. There's no fault. Nobody's trying to sneak anything through here. It's just the way that land use got put in.
So is there board support for the primary finding that this lot is more than 10 acres if you account for the Highway 97 acreage?
Is that precedent setting? So that's the right-of-way part of the parcel, correct? Public right-of-way.
According to the definition, it's fine.
Go ahead, Commissioner Adair.
I just was reading, it said, as required by the definition, gross area must include areas that accrue to the property. So I don't know, I don't know why we're having to worry about this, if it's a definition that you listed.
Yeah, I think the expanded, what might be of issue is considering the part of the highway right-of-way as in that acreage. And I think the applicant was putting in there what came from ODOT's comments regarding a highway right-of-way. And that's where that initial finding came in, and that is in the record for ODOT's comments. So we could maybe clarify that and how it's referenced in the record, or we could not deal with that whole acreage issue and just, as Peter Gutowski talked about, look at the other sections on how, because it's substandard or non-conforming lot size, it can still it can go forward with approval regardless of size.
Commissioners, if I could make a recommendation, how about we flip the alternative in the primary findings? So the primary finding states that this property can be developed pursuant to 18-120-020 and include, so basically the second paragraph, and include the board's interpretation of C3 regarding residential use, and then be the alternative finding. So the reason why that would be beneficial is it's the board interpreting your own code. You should receive deference on that point from LUBA. That would then be the primary finding of why this provision is satisfied. And then as an alternative finding, we can include something to the effect of, if a later appellate body finds our interpretation implausible, the board alternatively finds that the property is greater than 10 acres if you include the Highway 97 acreage. So it de-emphasizes that issue. Or you could take that issue out entirely. It's really the board's discretion.
My thought is that that it doesn't need to be referenced as substandard. It is smaller than minimum lot size, but that's the history. So I mean, we could put a sentence in there saying that, having lots that are less than the maximum is just a byproduct of our applying zoning back in the day, however we want to say that, because it's not, there's no fault, or nobody did anything questionable by having this.
Okay, so if there's another way of saying substandard or non-conforming that's doesn't have as much negative baggage, what do you think of the idea of switching the order of these two?
That's fine, but I'd almost lean towards just
I know,
having
but
the second argument.
it's kind of interesting that, okay, it's 18.120.020, it says non-conforming lot size. I mean, that's the word they're using, and yet, according to Adam's analysis, 1, 2, and 4 were easily met. So it seems like it's much simpler than what we're making it out to be.
Well, I agree it's simple, as in, there's really no, I'm staying here because there's an allegation, so we want to answer the allegation, you know, and the fact that after analysis, it's been determined, and we've already, whatever that path is, we think we're going the same place, so. As I say, I'm thinking that must have been brought up in other land use issues in the historical, you know, appealed cases.
Yeah, I don't think it has come up too often that I can recall. It hasn't been challenged quite like it has with this case, and especially with Three Sisters irrigation.
Okay, so it's important that it is written up clearly at this time then.
Commissioners, I'm hearing all three of you supporting a finding relaying or a finding under 18-120-020. And if I may, I'm picking up on some hesitation on a finding that is relying on the Highway 97 acreage. But you don't even have to get to the Highway 97 acreage if you write a finding on 18-120-020. So we could strike the first paragraph, reformat the second paragraph to be the board's sole finding, and it still leads to approval of the project.
That's good. Get us there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that sounds good.
After looking at it, I'm okay with trying to use words that are not substandard or non-conforming, but I mean, if our code calls them non-conforming lot sizes.
I would just change it, yeah.
Yeah,
It's used as substandard in this one paragraph, I don't know, 4 times or something. I would just flip it to non-conforming. That is our
No, I'm
code.
supportive of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's non-conforming does sound a little,
That is the legal term.
little nicer.
That's absolutely the legal term.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So going back a page to packet page 68, and this kind of ties in with packet page 69, both involving parking areas and parking lots. The highlighted area on page 68, oops, I'm on the wrong page, is here. In the deliberations, the sentence that's highlighted was not an interpretation the board made. And so I left it in here to see if the board wants to make this interpretation, or scrap it, take it out or modify it. It's just 2 sentences, but I just wanted to clarify whether or not you wanted to keep that in there or not. This, like I said, ties in with the next one I want to talk about, which is going to be a little bit more crucial with an interpretation or not. The other one talks about an interpretation of parking lot, the term parking lot.
So you're saying we didn't define parking area, the words.
Right, the term. The applicant put this in here. We don't have to put it in because we didn't discuss it. Or if you don't mind this interpretation. It's kind of, it could be considered kind of broad interpretation. The simple thing is we could just disregard it and take it out. But it depends on how much energy you want to spend on determining if you want to make that interpretation.
So I'm thinking this is a campground, gravel facility, parking area, maybe the graveled area that isn't well-defined for parking something. But I agree, we didn't really talk about this, so I don't know that we need, and then, does it support the decision in any specific way?
No, it's just an extra interpretation that was put in there.
So, because it says no parking area for more than 5 vehicles is proposed, there will be a parking. parking space.
Yeah, and then
for
it kind of
campsite.
repeats itself. No such area is proposed as part of the development. So it's just kind of,
Yeah,
in some ways redundant.
I'd support removing it.
Yes, remove it.
There you go.
Simple.
Okay, all three of us. Commissioner Chang just voted.
Okay.
I mean, they nodded.
Just nodded yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so on pages very similar, and this is going to be more of an issue that. So on page 69 under parking lots, the highlighted section was added. This is going to weigh a little heavier if you decide to take this interpretation. This could also set a precedent with how staff interprets or administers county code. Having an interpretation of what parking lot means, like I said, it could be crucial. We did not discuss this, or the board did not deliberate on an interpretation of parking lot.
So it kind of concludes with the chapter establishing the dimensional requirements of a standalone parking space or parking space for a particular campsite.
Yeah,
so you're proposing that it could be removed also?
Yeah, that's one option.
Yeah.
So Adam, removing it, does that create a problem?
Hi, Commissioners. If the board is desiring removing the interpretation of parking area, i.e. the previous issue that you just discussed, this interpretation of parking lot as currently drafted is very much dependent upon that previous interpretation of parking area, which you just decided not to make. So to me, I think it would make more sense to also delay this additional proffered board interpretation. And I think the main issue is then the rest of that paragraph that the board is finding that the standard could be met. So the first piece, the highlighted language is arguing the standard, the applicant doesn't have to comply with the standard. But then the rest of that paragraph says, but if we do, we can comply. So it's of no consequence to me if you want to delete the highlighted issue, which is basically saying we don't have to meet the standard because this isn't a parking area.
And for a campground, it's offered that a 20-foot typical stall length, and under scrutiny, there may be some that are possibly 18 feet instead. So, I support the finding that if 20 feet's required, go ahead and find 20 feet. And I think that's what this finding says in the end.
Yeah, and we actually make a talk about that. And we also make it a condition of approval that all parking stalls for each campsite meet the Deschutes County Code standards.
Yeah, so I support the removal of this extra few words.
And there's no value or benefit in providing our interpretation of what parking area or parking lot means. Are we losing anything by pulling this highlighted language out?
I don't think we are. Staff's opinion.
The result is the same. So on both areas, on issuing an interpretation of parking area, the implications of that interpretation is that 18160.030F wouldn't apply to the application. However, the board has found that the application does meet that standard. Same thing with parking lot. By issuing this interpretation of parking lot, you are in essence saying that the application doesn't need to meet these standards. However, the application does meet these standards, so it's fine. So it doesn't change the ultimate outcome. It just, frankly, it gives the prevailing party alternative bases to argue if this matter is appealed further. The benefit is it's an alternative basis for approval.
Okay.
The downside, as Cynthia noted, then it is a board interpretation of a term, and at least within the county, we usually treat board interpretations as establishing some level of we rely on those interpretations for cases moving forward. So do parties, so does the land use community. And so if you don't have to make an interpretation and you're hesitant on that interpretation and you're finding that the application meets the standard anyway, there's arguably more risk than benefit to issuing an interpretation that hasn't been fully vetted.
Yes, and I would agree with that. So the proposal is a full removal. Is there support?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to packet page 71 under the accessibility ADA requirements. The highlighted section is quite long, goes on to the next page. This was added information from the applicant's attorney when they draft this decision. Whether you intended this in your deliberations is I need clarification on. I think staff's opinion, it would be fine if it was just a simple finding, if you cut it off right at the start of the yellow, but I need board clarification on whether or not you want to keep this more extensive review of the ADA arguments.
I do conclude that having a reference to specific ADA review and requirements of future building permits is the domain of this decision. The rest can be extraneous. I mean, I could get there pretty easy if we agree.
Is there, what are the drawbacks of keeping this language? It's just unnecessary, or are there potential negative repercussions?
I don't know if Adam has anything to say on that. I know some of this is just kind of addressing some of Kramer Farms arguments and the information they put into the code, or into the file, pardon me. Ultimately it is of the building official to ensure that this is in compliance, and I don't know if this is going beyond the board's reach for making a call other than what outside of their jurisdiction, I guess I could say, but Adam might have a better idea on the ADA requirements.
Commissioner, to your specific question, are there any downsides to including this? This is substantively different from the two previous issues where the board is being called to make an interpretation that could have would be precedent setting here in Deschutes County. Instead, these additional paragraphs are I read them as directly responding to evidence that was submitted by the opponent into the record. So it's more intended to explain why that evidence was not substantial evidence for the purposes of the specific criteria. I don't think there's any downside to including this additional language. I think the more important issue is to just ensure that if the board wants to keep this, well, step one, do you want to include this additional language? And step two, do you agree with that language? Because it gets more specific than your previous deliberations on the topic.
I like that it responds to the, that it does respond to the arguments that were raised by the appellants, but, yeah, but I'm not sure if it's necessary or not.
Well, so now I'm reading it for, would these words work, you know, would I support these words? Because the applicant, who's the prevailing party, is the one that put them in there, so. Yeah, is there a downside into keeping them? I would conclude that it's kind of repeating itself, you know, because the logic is the ADA review will happen and it will be a requirement in the future during building permit review. Standards during architectural review, any of that stuff, that it will come in. But this is responding to the discussion that happened in our land use, you know, process. I'm supportive either way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I know. Well, let's leave some of them. Why are they bringing in the enhanced screening? I was just wondering about that, Cynthia. You know, talking about the ADA clearly in the first paragraph makes sense, but then they talk about the screening, and I'm thinking, like, how is the relevance there? I don't quite understand that.
That's a good question. It's something that we could remove. An option is we could decrease the size of this statement here and just summarize a little bit more. I don't know why that enhanced screening is in there. There is a building code requirement for some screening on the shower and restroom facility.
Well, it's saying
that could be what they're implying there.
Something might be moved because of this, is what it's saying.
Mm-hmm. I would simplify it if at all possible. I mean, do they have to say the ADA quick reference guide? I mean, don't we already know we have a reference guide for ADA? It seems like there's a lot of terminology in there.
So I hear that Commissioner DeBone and it generally sounds like you're kind of going either way, but for all of you, but maybe simplify. We could come back with some simplified, since we are on the fence of either keeping it or scrapping it. We could just come back with a reduced version, if that
is the applicant going to be possibly part of the review before we see it again?
They might
prevailing
be.
Party, yeah.
Oh, I would caution doing so. Our process is that we entertain proposed findings that are drafted by the prevailing party, but then to ensure that the drafting process doesn't start bleeding into ex parte communications with one party over the others. Once we receive that draft decision, staff works with that decision to ensure the formatting is correct, to ensure that it is consistent with the board's deliberations, to do exactly as we've done here, to know potential issues. And then it's really a conversation between staff and the board going forward to make sure that the decision captures your intention.
Okay, well, so then for clarity, the last sentence is basically, kind of a disclaimer that if we have to move something because of ADA, it might change the site plan. So that's not a decision for land use. That's, I mean, yeah, this needs to be disconnected from the fact that, as you build it, if you need a radius a little shorter, I mean, I guess that is a site plan. You're going to change the site plan, which is by default. But the site plan will still need to be acceptable to the whole project. So once again, if it's there, that's fine too. Maybe extraneous. So I came to the same conclusion. Let's leave some of those words in and try to make them a little shorter.
Simplify.
There you go. All three of us are none on that one.
Okay. We'll come back with a simplified finding on that one.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Packet page 75 and 76. And this is under general standards governing conditional uses. Start on page 75, don't go to 76 yet because they're two different issues on two different pages. So to minimize impacts to the surrounding properties, the applicant proposed that no large group campouts are permitted, and all planned and unplanned events for those not on the guest register are prohibited. So this was brought forward in the hearings officer's decision. She recommended be made a condition of approval. Since a lot of our conditions of approval are coming from the hearings officer's decision, this is one area that needs clarification or an interpretation if we want to go forward with what is a large group, what is an event, do we want to even go down this rabbit hole? And so that's the first issue under this section is because this was this is connected to a condition of approval. It's condition of approval F in your draft decision there regarding large groups and campouts, or large group campouts and planned and unplanned events. We can also just eliminate this whole thing and not worry about it. We could also try to interpret what a large group is or an event. So looking for direction from the board.
So we're saying 50 people maximum at the site, at the campgrounds. And also in here, it says a maximum of 4 at each spot.
Yeah, and we're going to address that.
And who's going to be the police that's going to monitor this?
Right.
No, I mean, really.
Right. Well, we're supposed to have a caretaker. But the 4 persons per site is also another topic that we will get to, but that is something.
I was just thinking ahead.
Yeah.
So then the business case of the finding compatible with existing and projected uses. I would conclude in this first part, also includes applicant's prohibition of large group campouts and planned and unplanned events. That's kind of extraneous because that doesn't support the finding. That's just a statement that it's kind of like the offer from the applicant. So it's already on the record, and then the findings and the the findings of finding, and the conditions are the conditions. So yeah, that's how I would conclude that this is not a finding.
So would that be a proposal to remove that?
It, yeah.
Remove it?
So then we're not trying to define an event at this time.
And in other places, those key numbers have already been specified. 50 people maximum and 4 people per site.
Yeah, the 4 we still need to discuss, but yes, those are defined in other areas.
Because then the next.
And Cynthia, as I recall, the hearing officer's finding of compliance with this criteria was conditioned on the prohibition of events, correct?
She she carried that forward from what the applicant proposed, but she did not define what those terms meant.
So commissioners, I raise that issue because we'll just need to do some minor wordsmithing to the first sentence. The board concurs with the findings of the hearing officer, except noting the bathroom shower facilities proposed, and the board is not requiring a condition of approval prohibiting events. But I would. So the hearings officer found compliance with this criteria only or in part because events were proposed to be prohibited at the facility. But I agree with you. What does that actually mean in context, and how is that enforced? I mean, to realistically say no events are allowed would require a much more robust finding on what is or is not an event. So if the board is concurring with the hearing officer's findings, we will need to clarify you concur with the findings except for any language requiring a condition of approval. Does that make sense? All I'm saying is there will be some minor wordsmithing to this finding to realize your intent of not prohibiting events.
Well, yeah, so not defining what an event is or what, and then, yeah, prohibiting. Because it gets back to the definition.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many people having fun is an event, right?
So,
Exactly.
Adam, okay, what if we approve it and it's open and 3 months later they have an event there and it's 80 people and let's say the sheriff was called? What happens to them? Is there any muscle in, because, okay, we've already said they can only have 50 there maximum. Or we will be saying that. So what if they do have an event with 80, let's say? Everyone just kind of shows up the same night, afternoon.
Then they would be violating a different condition of approval that is being still required in their permit.
Okay, I just want to be sure because I know how things happen.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I noted this issue early on when I reviewed the decision and I was struggling to understand what is a large group camp out and what is a planned versus an unplanned events. I mean, it's easy for applicants, frankly, to agree to certain conditions, to considerations, to try and get a project approved. But once we get to this stage and we're talking about formal conditions of approval, it's helpful to start looking about what does that actually look like on the ground 10, 20 years from now? How do we ensure that this decision is understandable by the property owner, surrounding property owners, county staff for all of time? And pretty ambiguous terms is a large group campout. I mean, does that mean that, 3 families all coming together and meeting at this campground? Is that a large group campout? I don't know. There's no specificity that's provided. And so we either need to, well, the recommendation from staff is that we either provide that specificity, or if it's superfluous, if it's not necessary for the county to require that large group campouts and planned and unplanned events are prohibited in order to find compliance with this provision, then we could just delete that language and it's not part of the county's approval. The applicant always on their own, the applicant can decide, hey, we don't want to rent our entire resort to one super large multi-generational family coming from all over the United States for a family reunion where they're taking up all of our spots. And so they could go forward and decide how they're going to interpret those things. The difference is it's not a required condition of approval as part of the county's permit.
So is there support for removing?
I mean, I guess my only challenge with this is that the hearings officer said that we should talk about this. Because otherwise, the idea that there's a 50-person capacity limit, that there's a 4-person per site guideline, that there are quiet hours. I mean, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, there are quiet hours specified for the campground. I feel like those kinds of parameters prevent the negative outcomes that people were hoping to prevent by saying, no big events or large group campouts. But because the hearings officer said, that, specifically called out these issues to be resolved, I kind of feel like we have a responsibility to do that.
The hearings officer is she denied it, and she recommended that it be considered a condition of approval. It is for the board to decide whether or not that is something that you want to hang your hat on, or whether or not you want to remove it from this decision. So it's ultimately up to the board, the hearings officers. It was simply offering some recommendations. And as Adam said, we definitely can do some wordsmithing. You're basically adopting most of the hearings officer's findings, with an exception of this particular recommended condition of approval.
I think, 50 maximum, 4 per spot, and standard quiet hours is plenty.
Yeah, because I mean, trying to get more specific than that, I mean, it's, we could probably write 80 pages on what is and isn't a gathering or an event. I mean, so yeah, I don't want to. I don't think it's our job to to do social engineering on kind of how people interact in a campground, as long as there's some sort of basic guidelines set that help people not be a nuisance to other, to people who aren't at the campground or are in the other campsites. So with that, I would say I'd support the idea of saying that we accept the hearings officer's findings, except for the ones around large campouts and events.
Okay, we'll do that for you.
Commissioners, how about we include just an additional sentence that says the board finds that prohibition on large group campouts and planned and unplanned events superfluous, considering the occupancy limits, the quiet hours, etc. We can add that sentence to clarify your intent.
Great, yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, do that. Just on the next page, if you recall, there was the argument about not allowing dogs in the campground. Commissioner DeBone knew that was quite a topic all on its own. The applicant's attorney put in this next paragraph regarding dogs being allowed in the, basically covering the dog argument. We did not discuss this at great length at the board deliberations, but wanted your clarification on whether or not you want to keep this last paragraph regarding dogs.
So jumps out at me right away, which says the board finds dogs are permitted on surrounding properties and are otherwise common in rural areas. I think of this more as a black and white land use document and not pointing to something else. I guess that's the issue I have is, saying those guys can do it, so we should be able to do it, which is kind of what it says. But yeah, when you go camping and you bring the dog's going to be with you. Right?
Yes.
So the option is we can remove that entire paragraph, or you could modify it, or keep it.
I'm just looking at it where it says accordingly, the board finds that permitting dogs does not create any incompatibility. I don't know. That last sentence, in case it comes up that, yes, okay, if they do have their dog with them, it doesn't have to be banned to be tied by Highway 97 or something.
So this, yeah, is dogs referenced anywhere else, or is it just a default?
No,
Yeah, so.
it's nowhere else.
So then it would boil down to, do we think the decision, the land use decision should have anything in it about allowing or the discussion? I guess it is the request, by the appeal that they be.
Commissioners, on page 4 of your decision, the last sentence under paragraph 4 on findings, that last sentence states, and I'll just paraphrase, that any issue raised by the parties that is not expressly addressed in this decision or the hearing officer's decision is insufficient to overcome conflicting evidence, insufficiently developed to allow for review, or here's the kicker, not applicable to the approval criteria. So that's a blanket statement that says, hey, look, if we didn't address it, it's because in part it's not applicable to any decision criteria. And so I think that overarching statement will certainly cover the dog issue if you want to delete the language in its entirety. I mean, the point of this provision, the real key of this provision is the first phrase, without tying the issue to any particular approval criteria.
Yeah. So then, with no approval criteria, a board wouldn't find any.
You don't need to make any findings.
Right.
So we can just take it all out.
Yes, you could.
You support that? Sure. There you go. Yes.
Okay, we're all in support, it sounds like?
Yep.
Okay. Just right down the page is under campgrounds, the outdoor recreational amenity. Now, this was not discussed at all before the board. It was not an issue. It was an issue at the lower hearing. The hearings officer made quite a thorough review of a recreational amenity that's part of the campground. And the hearings officer, as noted in my memo, that she states the record supports a determination that the proposed campground will provide patrons with opportunities for outdoor amenities or outdoor recreation. Pardon me. The applicant attorney. And then we did not address this section at all in deliberation. But the applicant's attorney put in this additional interpretation, in particular the hiking trail. So they put in this there that you concur with the findings, and then you expressly interpret this to also include. That the hiking trails and the outdoor gathering area is included as part of this proposal. So this is a finding that the applicant's attorney put in. Staff needs to know if you want to keep it in or just not even go there, because it was definitely fully vetted at the hearings with the hearings officer.
Commissioners, if I may.
Please.
This is all about deference at LUBA. That's, I'm sure, why the applicant included this language. Interpretations of the Deschutes County Code put forward by the hearings officer do not receive deference from LUBA. Interpretations from the county commissioners as the formal decision-making body for the county and the group that is tasked with drafting those provisions in the first place, you get deference from LUBA. So if you agree with the hearing officer's decision, or excuse me, the hearing officer's interpretation on this particular provision, including the language, will help ensure that LUBA provides deference to the county's overarching decision.
That's interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. So do we acknowledge as a board that hiking trails and the outdoor gathering area is amenities, is the natural setting of the area?
And I'll just point out one thing. In the hearings officer's findings, she does address the outdoor gathering area. She does include that in there. I think it's implied that the hiking trails are part of it, but it's not called out specifically. So the hiking trails is a new
that's good.
portion to it.
Well, and I don't have it in front of me, but and I haven't walked it, but, just enough to kind of go behind some rocks and through the trees and back to the same area. So I generally support that.
I mean, to accomplish the goals of to accomplish the goals of demonstrating that the board believes that there are outdoor recreation opportunities here that meet code. I mean, do we have to use this language, desires to expressly interpret this provision? I mean, that just feels like the language is a little over the top. I mean, just saying that, we believe that hiking trails and an outdoor gathering area, meet the criteria, or, we recognize that those are outdoor recreation amenities. I mean, is that enough, or is that not strong enough?
I don't know if I was following you on that. Maybe you could reword it.
Yeah, I guess I agree with, I basically agree with the statement, but I don't really like the language.
Commissioner, I think the key language would be something to the effect of that the county commissioners are adopting the hearing officer's interpretation as your own.
Okay. And we don't need to specifically call out hiking trails and outdoor gathering area as outdoor recreation amenities?
I mean, you certainly can if you want to, but I think the operative language here is just clarifying that, hey, hearing officer issued a much more robust interpretation. We agree with that interpretation. We're making it our own. And the point of that is just deference. It's to change the standard of review when if this goes forward.
So I support a slight change down this path, but I would include hiking trails and outdoor gathering areas explicitly, because that's kind of what makes it concrete, in support of the decision.
Yeah.
We can do some changes to that finding. Is Commissioner Adair in support of that, or?
It's a very short hike, honestly. Like, I'm thinking about some of my personal hikes, and this one is really short, but,
Yeah.
Okay, they're calling it outdoor recreation, so, sure.
Okay.
Very nice
Moving
view
on
from
to,
up on top of the rocks.
Go ahead.
It is a very nice view from up on top of the rocks. I mean,
Yeah.
that's an outdoor recreational experience, but sitting.
On packet 77, packet page 77, this is where the 4 people per campsite comes in. That highlighted area staff added to the finding. It was not, and it also added it to a condition of approval. This is what the hearings officer recommended, and that the applicant agreed to. So it's before the board. Now we've limited the overall occupancy to 50 persons in the 15 sites. But does the board want to carry forward the hearings officer's recommendation of, and agreed on by the applicant, for 4 people per site? Commissioner Adair, I know you mentioned that, if you have 5 children,
Right.
2 parents, that kind of.
And 4 times 15 is 60.
Right, and the original max occupancy was 60,
I know,
but it was changed at the board.
Well, there's testing showed that 50 was the proper number. So, somehow we've got a difference that we actually need to resolve, that they have to make sure that they only have bookings for up to 50 people, and that might not be all the spots if they've already hit 50. And you tell them a 4, I mean, if they have, okay, I have a lot of friends that have 4 or 5 kids now. And I can't imagine camping with 5 kids in a little spot, but maybe, I know people love to do that. So, do you just say, hey, maximum 50 for your site an evening and leave it at that? I mean, when you start getting into those teeny details, surely somebody's going to come like the first week with six people in their little camper.
I mean, they could, that creates, having a 4-person per site capacity limit gives them the opportunity to tell a family of 6 that they need to rent 2 sites, but that are next to each other. But
Well, that'd be their business, though.
that's their business.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, so, yeah, I mean, applicant has agreed to is the only thing that, and the applicant's the one that, the prevailing party who
Right.
wrote this, so,
I think that's, keep it simple.
well,
They can have 50 and that's it, and they worry about how they get to their 50, and if somebody comes in with a big family, then let them have 2 sites,
So
If
just a
that's what-
clarification, the applicant's attorney wrote this, but did not include this section. So this
Okay.
highlighted section is staff inserted.
Okay, good, okay. That helps.
Yeah. And they also left it off on the condition of approval. Staff added it back in because staff needed clarification from the board.
So,
I'm so
okay, yeah,
surprised.
Good, thank you.
yeah, I mean, because they agreed to it, as part of the process of reconciling the project to the neighbors, I think it's important for it to stay in there.
And I agree. Let's just keep it in there.
Okay, it's a 2-to-1 vote on that one.
And that's fine.
So we can go forward with everybody if everybody's comfortable with that. Okay, moving on to packet page 80, midway down the page. We just wanted to run our, so the fencing was a bit of an issue. You can see in my image at the top of the page, the fence, the angle that the fence is on the property. So there's approximately 735 feet on the subject property that the board indicated needs to be fenced for a variety of reasons, not only screening, but trespassing. So the bulleted list here are basically as staff interpreted what the board is wanting for fencing. And so we just want your blessing, I guess, or confirmation that what you have here is appropriate. And if not, we can adjust. Oh, and then I'll point out, so number 3, regarding fencing along the drain fields, that was actually brought forward. That was part of the below at the hearings level. That wasn't necessarily a discussion with the board, but the applicant brought it forward, and staff measured that approximate distance of 105 feet. So that one was brought forward from the hearings officer, and then signage was brought forward from the hearings officer. And then we modified the southern fence on number 2, and we further defined wire fencing in 4 and 5. And then number 6 is kind of a carryover from the hearings officer's recommendation.
Fencing is definitely critical to mitigate conflicts between this campground and the neighbors, and I don't like these provisions that have been set out for fencing. I think they look good to me. There may be things that I'm not thinking of that need to be addressed, but I'm at a loss for anything to add or change at this moment.
I think it reads fine to me. I don't have any proposed changes.
Yes. I think the more clarity we have on the fencing, it's really important. So I think you've probably done a really good job.
Okay, so seeing that everybody is fine with that, we'll move forward to just below there, this section of code we did not specifically address in our deliberations, and I'm just looking over here, but it does tie in well with a condition of approval. Let's see here, I've got to look at my notes here. Just wanted to make sure that the board was okay with this finding. And then one of the, at the end of it, on the second page, page 81 of your, it talks about grazing animals at any time. It's the very last, 5 or 6 words. And the applicant has put in one of their conditions that animals grazing are basically okay. And so grazing of animals is permitted, and that's also highlighted under condition O at near the end of your decision. So wanted the board's confirmation if you're okay with this finding, and mainly because we didn't deliberate on this particular section. However, as I indicated, it does kind of overflow into or tie into other sections that we did address, and it talks about fire, vegetation, and fire, mitigating fire risk.
So it all starts with the requirement, the code statement of promoting privacy and preserve integrity of natural setting. Campgrounds shall retain existing vegetation to the fullest extent practical. The words read appropriately for what's being proposed here. So I'm just, that's kind of my first conclusion.
Yeah, and Cynthia, were you trying to focus this in specifically on the grazing of animals phrase in this, or just the overall paragraph?
That's part of it. That would be, so the overall, and then also because the applicant's attorney put in there grazing of animals is permitted, it's permitted outright regardless, but they wanted to emphasize that possibly with giving the board deference if this were appealed to LUBA. So they just called it out, and it's called out in this particular section at the very end. And like I said, it ties to condition O, condition of approval O, and whether or not we wanted to keep that in there or not. In particular, the condition O, do we want to, grazing of animals is permitted, I think is how it's worded.
Yep. Remember, he had a field full of goats at the front. So, and then there were a couple steers. So, definitely the goats are really good at keeping things fire safer.
Yeah, I mean they can decimate everything, but they also
fast.
but they also are a very in the right settings they're a very appropriate fuels management tool. So, I mean we wouldn't want to prohibit grazing of animals, but
good.
No.
Sounds like we're all supportive.
Okay, good. So we're almost done. This is kind of like the deliberations all over again.
I know. I didn't think this would be this long.
I know. So page 84 of your packet, it's just a one sentence that's highlighted there. This is something the applicant put in there and just wanted to know if it's worth keeping. It's under the state building code. Staff feels that it's fine if you took it out because it's basically what it's saying though is that any adjustments to the modified site plan will comply with state building codes. You could kind of interpret that in different ways, that you've already blessed it, that it's going to comply. But really that's up to the building permit process. So it's just an extra sentence that I wanted to get clarification from the board, whether you wanted to keep it, reword it, or delete it.
I'd say delete.
Yeah. So procedurally, if they modify their site plan, they have to run it through the building. They have to run it through code compliance again, right? So
yes.
So stating what is going to happen regardless.
Yeah, you could interpret it that way as well, that it's gonna, maybe it could be reworded a little differently if we were to keep it, that it shall comply with state building codes.
We don't need it.
You don't need it?
Yeah.
No, let's remove it.
Okay, so that I believe is it. Now that we are
A couple more yellow lines on like page 90 and 91.
Conditions.
Those are conditions of approval that we discussed earlier that we will adjust based on our discussions.
Okay.
The events one, condition F, will be removed. The grazing of animals is permitted. We'll probably just keep that in there based on your last topic we were talking about. And then we're keeping in condition BB, limiting to 4 persons. And I think, is that it? That is it. So we will be back to you next Wednesday. As noted in your memo, our 150-day clock ends on Thursday, I think the 6th. So we will be coming back to you unless Adam has something else to say.
No, I was just going to note the same thing. Unfortunately, commissioners, on both this project and the TSID project that we'll be discussing next, we're coming down to the wire. So we will, staff will certainly make, we will all be available to you if you need one-on-one meetings or anything else, if we need to make final tweaks to these decisions, because next week's meeting is our drop dead deadline to get these approved. So if you need anything from us, certainly let us know. We're at your disposal.
Good.
Please don't use the term drop dead. Thank you.
It is the final deadline.
There you
Very
go.
good.
Down
Great.
to the wire. Down to the wire.
That's so much nicer.
Substandard.
Oh,
It's the non-conforming deadline.
Non-conforming deadline. Thank you, commissioners, and I will see you next week.
yep. Thank you.
Cynthia, that was like a group writing project from college. Thank you for running us through that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Slows way down. Okay. So that was one, and there's one more item. So we do have an executive session. Well, yeah, I think, for yet today. So just confirming. So Commissioner Dare.
I guess I'll go next door.
Well, and you can be in the room even. I mean, you don't need to really.
No, I
That's fine.
next door.
Okay.
Remember,
Or do you,
with your decision.
or do you
Yeah.
want to go upstairs and?
Don't want to know.
Well, we can call you. Or?
No, somebody let me know.
Okay. So item number 20, review and consideration of overturning a hearings officer denial for Three Sisters Irrigation District conditional use. Tarek, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, good afternoon. For the record, Tarek Rawlings, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. And just as you'd noted, I'm presenting to you a written decision today for the Three Sisters Irrigation District's hydroelectric facility. It was originally a hearings officer denial of the conditional use and site plan files that were included. So we had deliberations on March 3rd. And in or in response to that, that's what this prepared decision is in front of you today. There's specifically, as you probably saw in the memo and in the decision, there's one point of clarification. I was hoping to get a little bit of detail from the commission today. And just it deals with one criteria, and I think it does. I think the findings we have drafted do encompass the intent of how we had deliberated on March 3rd. I just was hoping to clarify that with you. And really just as general background, this is a 97.6 acre property. It's split zone. It's got floodplain, multiple use agricultural 10 zoning, and exclusive farm use zones as well. It's about 5 miles northeast of City of Sisters. It's property owned and operated by the Three Sisters Irrigation District district itself, and they're proposing a single 300 kilowatt hydroelectric turbine to be used in conjunction with the existing irrigation infrastructure and system on that property. And so I'm here, if you have any changes or edits or comments or questions about the decision, I'm here to offer any kind of insight or help for that, myself and legal counsel here. And really specifically just looking for clarification on that one criterion in subsection B there. I'd be happy to go over that in more detail if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead and get to that one, and then
The one other little kind of lingering question or concern I had from the hearing was the permitting process for the tail race. I mean, this document says you need to acquire all necessary permits, et cetera, for your project. But I also was just wondering whether the applicant had, indicated that they were going to make an extra special effort to remedy that situation.
Yeah, really good question. I mean, so overarching observation and kind of note here is that it just in line with the deliberations on the specific tail race point from March 3rd. My understanding is that the board found it was not the right venue to adjudicate whether that was an actual code enforcement violation or not. And so, yeah, the remaining question, Commissioner Chang, is what permits would be needed, if any, for this tail race, maybe on its own, separate from the current kind of pending land use process. As I confirmed in my June 23rd code enforcement walkthrough visit with a code enforcement technician from the county, we had to work with the county building official for that process, and it was confirmed during that code enforcement process that there was no building permit specifically required just for the tail race portion. It was essentially like a concrete enclosure. It didn't have the traditional characteristics of what would require a structural building permit. And so ultimately that leaves us with the current land use process. This is the permit or the approval that's needed in order to make that tail race valid. And seeing that the board is moving towards what would ultimately be a local approval for this applicant, if the result of all of the written decision and deliberations here is an approval, that will cure this perceived potential violation of this tail race. So the land use in itself is the only permit, and we are nearing an approval.
Thank you for the additional background and follow up on that.
Certainly.
Okay, so the item for clarification.
Sure, I can go into a bit of detail on that one. Essentially, that deals specifically with subsections B3, B4, and B5. This is on packet page 207 and 208. That's so we did deliberate B3 and B4, which is technically page 206. Those findings that are presented in this draft decision are really pretty much a reiteration, almost word for word, of what the board's deliberation was on those 2 points, and taking that deliberation, that understanding specifically of the term enhancement as used in the phrase maintain or enhance. The board, in my understanding, and working with legal counsel, our collective understanding was that the board agreed with the hearings officer in that the use of the term enhancement harkens back to that original use of maintain or enhance, which is a choice. In this instance, the applicant has opted to maintain these impacted systems. They're essentially ecological riverine systems that are called out. And because this specific criteria under B5 deal with a water conservation and stream enhancement program, I've drafted the finding there, reading into the board's previous deliberations on B3 and 4, and their other kind of overarching deliberation on the term enhancement. I've used all of those different pieces of information to make an interpretation that the board finds that this B5 set of criteria that deal specifically with water conservation and stream enhancement programs do not apply because they relate to enhancement specifically. And again, the applicant has opted to maintain these systems rather than enhance them. And so I'm just hoping to confirm that that finding as presented under subsection B5 accurately reflects the board's interpretation and deliberation on that issue area.
Okay, so we're switching from campground to a water facility. Got to get my head around this a little. But I just made my note. So this is that situation of no new diversion, second use down an existing diversion. So I do support the concept of the maintain. And then I guess for the code, we need to clarify that we support the fact that it's a choice. Yeah.
And that is reflected in previous findings.
Yep,
I think
yep.
you'll see that the maintain or enhance is often more specifically reviewed in this subsection B rather than subsection A. But you're right. I mean, it's using the sort of blanket interpretation of that term enhancement as used in previous findings, but just for this specific B5 finding.
No, if one of the things you're asking is, do we believe that, for B3 they have the option to maintain or enhance? I do believe that that concept that's been established in other parts of this process does apply here as well, and so demonstrating that they're maintaining meets the requirements. And I like the language here.
And I support it also. So, yeah.
Okay, very good. And just to clarify, there is a kind of a preliminary statement in that finding that incorporates the previous findings related to enhancement. So I do think it really clearly makes connections back to those findings and to those interpretations. So yeah, I mean, that was the one point of clarification here. It sounds, if you did have any other questions or you wanted to make any other changes or edits based on anything you've reviewed in that decision, I'd be happy to hear those now and I can make those changes.
I have a question that's not critical to moving forward with this document, this approval, but which, I would just like to understand how things work kind of in relation to this project moving forward. So if we say you can maintain or enhance, and at some later point, someone comes in and says, we have evidence that that Three Sisters Irrigation District is not maintaining. In this case, basically, that would have to be like, demonstrating that they are changing the volume or timing or something about the diversion because of this secondary hydro project. But if someone comes in 2 years and says, we have evidence that Three Sisters has changed the nature of their diversion because of this project, what happens then? Like, how does this approval kind of get reopened or unpacked to address that?
Yeah, certainly, and great question. I mean, there is always the county's code enforcement program to report any even perceived violations of what an approval might be or deviations from those conditions of approval. I think you're right. It would be a really subjective approach to try to really form a code enforcement complaint around that. I would imagine the complainant would have to put together some kind of baseline information of what the resources looked like or what their characteristics were before any kind of impacts related to this approval. And then similarly, they'd have to have some kind of evidence showing that things are different now, I would say. That and that's, I believe, just really kind of spitballing that would be the basis for any kind of code enforcement complaint related to the maintain or enhance. that language is all throughout the, both the hearings officer decision and the drafted board decision here. And really, yeah, those connections can be made to a code violation. It's just that I think that the information required for that might be a little more than saying, oh, someone cut my fence down or something. Those are all very easy and objective. But yeah, I mean, to answer shortly, the code enforcement process is something that was even used during the hearings officer proceeding to check out the tail race. And so that's almost the same process that we would undertake to investigate if it was not being maintained.
Got it. Thank you.
And any other questions just related to the decision or anything else?
No other questions. Is this thank you for the professionalism and putting the paragraphs together. The logic of how the findings read in the relative to the county code is really appreciated. We do the deliberations, which is a exercise in itself. But yeah, thank you very much for staying organized and getting it down on paper for us.
Of course. And I mean, I need to thank Adam Smith for his help and direction. He was absolutely instrumental in, again, this was first drafted by the applicant prevailing party. And so it was a lot of work put into it. Adam Smith was really, really central to that. So thanks, Adam.
Well, of course, Tark, no need for thanks. Commissioners, I will note, I mean, differing from the campground decision that you just reviewed, there's a lot more original work product in this decision. CDD and county legal added a fair amount of context, pre-sentences and pre-paragraphs, those kinds of things, trying to provide the context for why certain issues were being raised and how they related to the project and how the implications of some of those decisions. I mean, this is a complicated project, and we did our best to make it more easily accessible to the applicant, opposing parties, appellate parties who may be looking at it, and it may be precedent setting for future cases. And so we really just wanted to provide the context to a lot of these issues. With that being in mind, there were, I would say, a lot of authors, and if the readability suffered, please don't hesitate to offer any comments or corrections that the board wants to make this decision your own. I mean, we're trying to capture your voice, but at the end of the day, it's the board's voice that matters. And if we struck that right balance, great. If we didn't, we're looking for feedback from you so that this, at the end of the day, is reflective of your deliberations, your view of the project, and your decision.
Well, I mean, with that feedback, yeah, what's the plan from now? Because I could definitely go back and, it'd be an effort to wordsmith it, I guess, because I kind of read it for logic and intent. Yeah, so I mean, any thoughts on?
My reading of it, I thought it very much expressed the intent of the board and the way that we address things during the deliberations. I mean, I thought you captured the deliberations well, and really appreciated that. It's definitely gets very technical and very and deep into code, deep into code interpretation very quickly. So I didn't have any concerns about the document.
Right. I mean, that's an ideal circumstance for us, so that's good.
So to be scheduled for next Wednesday?
You certainly can if you want. Like the campground project, next Wednesday is our final, not drop dead, final deadline. So it would need to be, you could certainly take a week and
or are we ready now? I guess, yeah, I mean, I was trying to.
Yeah, or a vote. And
yeah.
And so as I recall, you did not vote. You did not have a motion after deliberations. Instead, you just directed staff to draft this decision. Yeah. So we would be looking for a motion approving the specific file numbers and the decision as presented by staff.
Yeah, so, I know that we're in a spot where, people want to know the outcome of the deliberations before this document's done, so that's kind of how we end up leaving it there sometimes. Yeah, so if you're comfortable, we can proceed.
I think I need some help with the phrasing of a motion, but I'm ready to do one, right? I would certainly be ready to make one right now.
If I may, I would suggest something to the effect of move to approve file number 247-20-000187-LR 191-CU 192-CU 193-SP 247-20-000461-MA, and the decision as presented by staff reflecting the approval of those file numbers.
You just say so moved.
Okay, so moved. Thank you.
See?
I was going to say I did not catch it.
Yeah, that's one of those shortcuts.
So moved.
And I will second it, and thanks again for putting this together. And we'll go from there. Any other discussion?
I guess, beyond this document and beyond this approval, I do think we want to keep our eye on the question of whether our code needs to be revised to deal with in-conduit hydro. Because it seems like a lot of the confusion in this particular case was around, it says if you do a hydro project, you got to do X, Y, and Z. And the hydro projects we envisioned when the code was written was, the dam on the main stem river that impounds water, not a turbine inside a pipe as part of an irrigation system. So I don't. It's hard for me to anticipate whether there will be more land use disputes around projects like this or not. But if there are, then I do think that potentially doing some code revisions could help us to streamline consideration of those projects.
That could be for a future work plan item in the Community Development Department. And I see nodding. Nick Lelak's already doing that.
But whether we're going to have more conflicts or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, understand.
It's hard to. It's potential, definitely.
So then calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang.
Oh, commissioners, hold on. Sorry.
Oh, sure.
I read the wrong file numbers.
No.
I read the file numbers from the hearing officer's decision, so I would propose an amendment to your motion.
Yeah, there you go.
To reference file number 247-20000635-A, 637-A, which are appeals of 191-CU, 192-CU, 193-SP, and 461-MA. My apologies.
Not a problem. So yeah, that is the file number front of the decision.
Correct.
So moved.
Okay. And I will second it, the change. And we've had discussion. Is there anything else? Seeing none, calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay.
Thanks so much, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any other items for today? So I know there was no meeting on Monday. Probably something might have happened in the last week.
I had a meeting yesterday with Central Oregon Visitors Association, and there was a bill they brought up at the meeting, House Bill 2534, and apparently that is going to pass. So they wanted to be aware of that bill. It has to do with cleaning up HOA redlining that hasn't been cleaned up for decades. So according to Representative Zika, there isn't a chance that it's not going to pass.
Good, okay. So I was on a call last Friday. I was out of town, but I was able to call in. It was a video call with the chairs around the state. So pretty much all 36 chair people with the governor. And this was in preparation for if the numbers get to 300 in the hospitals, that we would be possibly having this group of counties going back to the extreme category, which we've seen now this week already and moving towards it. There were a few commissioners, upset in opposition, just asking the governor to clarify what we're doing and why, the decision behind this process. And then also, as I say, there was a letter that was put out by the Association of Oregon Counties yesterday asking for individual commissioners to sign on if they'd like, and in opposition for shutting down restaurants right now, going to this extreme mode. So this is all happening. It's happening now. We had our COVID update this morning. The numbers are up. Yeah, and I've taken a position by sharing my signature on that document.
So did I. If you
Yeah.
look at our numbers, it's the 10 to 39-year-olds. The vulnerable people of our county most of them have actually been vaccinated, which is excellent. And we're shutting down, outdoor dining or to-go. And of course, our gyms are going to be incredibly impacted. People all over, I was hearing from all the destination resorts yesterday, everyone is having such a horrible time getting employees. And so shut down, are those few employees that you do have on your payroll, are they going to be around when, in a couple weeks, they can get back into business? So it's really interesting. And if you look back on the records, in December, our highest hospital count was 51 in St. Charles. So I believe we're at 32 or something today. So definitely it's a younger crowd. And what I really, as I said this morning, it's really important that people, if you do get diagnosed positive with COVID, you need to talk to your doctor and you need to know, what do I need to take? Americans are, vitamin C lacking, D. We don't get enough vitamin D, and that's one of the important things that helps, keep your COVID not getting into a full-blown issue where you have to go to the hospital and your oxygen levels go down. So you need to really watch, what is your oxygen level? You don't want it to go in the 80s, and you want to just, call a doctor up and find out what is it I should be on in order to make this a bad cold, and especially for younger people. So we still have lost 73 people total in Deschutes County since all this began. That number is 73, of which 8 of those people were on hospice. So by looking at all the statistics, I just, of course, to get your vaccine, that's definitely going to help you. But I just feel like we have to think about those businesses and who's going to be left. A lot of people just can't afford this stopping again, and $20 million isn't enough.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, a number of people have already asked me why I did not sign on to the joint letter between Orla and AOC to the governor, and I just wanted to say that we did just see our highest number of cases in a week for the entire pandemic in Deschutes County, and we need everyone to do what they can to help us contain COVID and reduce the spread and flatten the curve. And I really feel for our restaurants because, as we know, the majority of the spread of COVID is actually happening through informal social gatherings, after-school activity, extracurricular activities, people gathering without masks. So these are personal choices that people are making. These are not the majority of those cases are not the business's fault. I think it's terrible that they are the ones who suffer the most from restrictions like this. That said, I do believe that These are potential risk situations for the spread of COVID. When you get people who are not from the same household inside, in an indoor space together, potentially, a significant number of them, and they're taking off their masks to eat or drink, or they're on an exercise machine, they're breathing hard, they are sharing air. And we know that that is how COVID spreads, through the air. So I just feel that if everyone needs to do everything that they can to reduce the spread of COVID, that we have to, we all have to do what we can. And I'm really glad that we have programs like the restaurant revitalization program that we heard about this morning, and that the governor is working, and the state are working on this $20 million emergency program to help those businesses through these next couple of weeks while we get the numbers down. We have also heard that extreme risk will only last for 3 weeks. It's a very long time, I know, to everyone who's tired of COVID, but it's we're at a critical moment where we are racing against we are racing to vaccinate people before the virus mutates enough that it basically makes our vaccines useless for all the people who have already been vaccinated. So it's a critical time for us to shut down this virus as best we can right now. So that's why I did not sign on to that letter.
So it's getting money on the street. Governor mentioned that during a call on Friday, and if there's a fund that's coming through, let's be on top of that. So let's make sure to understand what's going on. We're going to have a meeting Monday and Wednesday next week. So if there's action, let's do it, even if it's preemptive action in support of businesses. Now that we're in this spot, so we'll see what we can do. Referring to, maybe put the plan together, even if it's an estimated amount, knowing that we want to take a step as soon as we can, whatever that means. So then, a couple topics. So the nonpartisan seat petition is on the streets, I guess, or it's been approved. So the media called on that, and that was yesterday. So that's somebody in the community doing it. I don't know who, but just acknowledging that that's going out there right now too.
Yeah. I have a couple of other items.
Sure.
Things. Joined a meeting of the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative earlier this week, and one of the, for our legislative agenda, one of the notable things that they mentioned during that meeting was that the policy option package 111 that would support staffing for complex basin planning at Oregon Water Resources Department is still alive and moving forward. Has had favorable review in hearings to date. So we submitted, or we signed on to a letter in support of that, and so that's still moving forward. On Friday, I attended a Washington, Oregon Forest Restoration Collaboratives workshop, and there was a substantial amount of discussion on both federal investment in forest restoration and fuels reduction work, but also on what different states were doing. And I just wanted to mention that the state of Washington is, it's interesting. The state of Oregon invented collaborative forest restoration, but the state of Washington is caught up to us quickly in terms of doing collaborative forest restoration, and is rapidly outstripping us in terms of both activity and investment. So if we don't want to be relegated to obscurity and left behind, then we should think about investing more as a state in this work. One other thing I wanted to mention is that on Thursday last week, there was a meeting to explore how to get more people in, get more kind of middle, missing middle working people into housing. And we heard from two groups, one called Landed and one called New Deal Housing, that are basically trying to figure out how to get people past down payments. Because there's all these missing, there's all these people in that swath out there who, if they could get past the down payment, they have the money to make the monthly payments, but it's just a hurdle to them, for them to save up enough money to make a down payment. And so there's these two groups that are essentially working on kind of shared investment models that will help bring down the cost of, bring down the amount that a future homeowner needs to put into their down payment to be able to place the down payment on the house. So I thought that was really interesting, and hope to hear more from those groups.
Okay.
That's what I got.
Yeah. Anything else, Commissioner?
Oh, I was on a Hoover Institute call a couple of weeks ago, and they actually had every state, Colorado, Washington, California, Arizona, and maybe New Mexico were all represented, no Oregon. I thought that was fascinating. And I remember the woman who runs the fire program from Washington State, I believe she said she was responsible for like 6 million acres. But she said on this side of it, they were so far behind, they were using helicopters from the Vietnam War to fight their fires. So she said that she really felt like they needed to step it up from that point of view. So it was interesting because Oregon had no one on that call. And, definitely we've had our share of fires.
Thank you. Is there anything else? So that was other items. At this time, we do have an executive. Sorry. Yep. Do you have anything, Tom?
Yes, I had one. Nick has one also.
Okay, good.
Since he doesn't have to hang around for the second one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Nick Lelak, Deschutes County Community Development Director. Last week, as you're aware, we unfortunately had a planning commissioner resign, Scott Aisla from Southern Deschutes County. And I just wanted to let you know that I can reach out to you individually or through an email to determine how you would like to proceed with filling that vacancy, which would be either a 3-year vacancy or a new 4-year term, whichever you would choose. We had a very competitive process with 2 candidates, as Commissioner Adair is aware. Commissioner Adair, Planning Commission Chair Les Hudson, and I sat on the review panel last year and had 2 very, very close, highly qualified candidates. So one option would be to proceed with that candidate that, of course, Commissioner Chang was not here, so you don't have the benefit of reviewing his application or meeting with him, so I can share that separately. But I'll reach out to you. I just want to let you know that I'll reach out to you to ask how you would like me to proceed with filling that vacancy with, of course, your involvement and your ultimate appointment.
Great. Thank you very much for the reminder. We got a lot of moving parts here at Deschutes County, so thank you for being on top of that.
Great. Thank you.
Be involved.
And I do want to thank Scott for serving, and I think things just turned out a little differently than what he could have imagined when he did take the commitment. So I seriously appreciate people that step up for public service.
And if there were strong applicants in the pool during that last cycle of selection, I think that is a great place to start to look for who will fill that seat next.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And Tom.
Yeah, Commissioners, you had asked for a draft letter congratulating Chief Denny Kelly of Black Butte Ranch on his retirement. I put a copy in each of your boxes. I have extra copies here if you don't have it. If you want to do that now, we could take it up next week also.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't bring mine down.
I didn't bring it down either, but I did read it.
Oh, good. Thank you. I like it.
Yeah. It's
So just acknowledging, for the meeting here, so this is Police Chief Denny Kelly of the Black Butte Police Department, and the governing body is the Board of Commissioners. There's a management board that we also work with at Black Butte Ranch, and so this is his retirement, Chief Denny Kelly.
I see one tiny typo in the address line for Black Butte Ranch, but otherwise I think it's a wonderful letter.
Motion of support?
I move that the board approve and send this letter to Chief Kelly commemorating his retirement and thanking him for his service.
And I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much for remembering to bring that to us. Okay, now, we're going to step into an executive session. This will be under 192-6602.